Welcome, guys, to the Night Talk. It is May 12th, currently 1 o'clock in the morning. Um, Welcome to another night. You have your guest co host, TLO, is on the line.
TLO. That's right. Bringing y'all the beat from the street.
As always, how you doing, my friend?
Oh, I'm surviving, man. I am surviving.
So, guys, tonight we have a very special topic that I'm going to talk about. As y'all can see in the description, I've kind of went on a small rant in my description. And TLO, you should be able to see the description once you're on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm on.
If you see the description, you can tell I went on a rant.
Oh yeah.
So guys, police brutality. Police brutality rates have skyrocketed since the quarantine. Since COVID-19 quarantine. And I'm going to show a video here in a little bit of the brutality that has happened and let you guys see what I'm talking about. But before we do anything, this is kind of a new thing I want to do here on Freedom Revolution Network. I want to read the verse of the day. I normally don't do Hello. Sorry, guys, we are back. I had to manually hook up to the router because of the fact that my computer is having unstable internet connections, and I'm going to keep getting kicked off the broadcast if I don't hook it up to the freaking Ethernet cord. So shall we try this again, shall we?
We shall.
So, like I said, welcome back to the Night Talk. Police brutality. Me, TLO, and Scarlett were on the phone the other day, and I seen a video, and I tagged Scarlett in it, and when the police brutality happened, I mean, there was like 10, 15 cops to maybe 20, 30 people. And when this happened, I mean, they were pulling out batons, they were beating people, they were punching people, kicking people. And I mean, it was just out of the blue that all of this was happening. And I have never seen anything like this in my life. As bad of a result due to police brutality. Now, TLO, you've probably experienced or seen your fair share of police brutality where you're at.
Oh yeah, well, there's definitely been an uptick in, let's just say, aggressiveness by the police force. And yeah, no, it's definitely very lopsided as well. Like I've noticed with the coronavirus and what's all going on, how there's a lot of attention to safety, let's just say with non-minorities, than there are with minorities. So
Right.
I'll see policemen engage like groups of young white teens, and they'll be talking to them about, you know, COVID and safety and all that stuff. But then when, for example, you're talking about minority, and if they're talking to them, they're a lot more aggressive. Not really about safety. It's about all the things that you know, the person doing is wrong. And so it's you can totally see there's a different way that the police force is policing, for sure.
Right. And I'm gonna throw this video up while we're sitting here. I gotta go through my notifications real quick. And you know, because I truly want to show this video because of the fact that, you know, this is what African Americans are going through. You know, it's not just towards the white minority or anything. It's mainly towards African American males.
It's always been that way.
And for some reason, Facebook is not working. I wish it would. I don't know why it's not working. Maybe if I refresh the page.
It could also be the content of the video itself that somebody, you know, recognized it and putting police in bad light, so they probably tried to yank it.
Well,
because I have seen that before.
I've seen it too. Give it a minute.
Not even on Facebook.
You've probably seen that a lot on Instagram happen.
Yes, definitely, for sure, witnessed it myself on Instagram.
So, I'm sorry, I'm scrolling through.
No worries, it's your show.
Scrolling through the timeline, trying to find this thing and find this video because of the fact that okay, that's the one. Go down one more. Go to. Okay. So guys, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen and show you this video. Show you this video that I want to play. Because this is what's happening. Trying to widescreen it. Give me a minute. It's not doing full screen for some reason.
When you're with your hand over your mouth, you're muffled.
But I'm trying. But TLO, are you seeing this video?
Yeah, you got it probably as good as you're gonna get it. So
that's what's happening. And we're gonna play. We're gonna play the full video.
Who's Melissa Holder?
Melissa Holder is the owner of Freedom Revolution Network. Guys, this is what's happening. You could tell there's only one black cop there, TLO, or two.
Oh yeah.
But the thing
Most police forces are pretty lopsided that way.
Well, hold on. Let's video time. It gets worse. The dude laying here. Here, let me rewind the video, guys, so you can see it.
Yeah, that one in the forefront, that officer, he's definitely on something.
But look at the resilience right there. And one dude gets smacked in the face with a baton. With a metal baton. You see right there, TLO, he's just beating him senseless.
Yeah.
Using a metal object and beating somebody. You see right there, he hit him in the face.
Yeah, no, it's a very telling video.
And you can see there's probably about 10 cops to 20, 30 people.
Right. Now we're just going to see this continue and expand and kind of grow at an exponential rate. To be honest, I'm kind of surprised there aren't more videos. Well, there probably are out there.
Oh, I've got another video that happened on the same spot. That happened in this same area. But that's for later date. For later in the show.
Right.
So, with that being said, and TLO watching that video, that angers me to know tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Obviously, it's always gotten under my craw, but just like your mother said, it's something that has been continuously in minorities' lives pretty much their entire lives.
Yeah,
So
it's something that's always been an issue, and the thing with everything that remains the same is that racism and everything else is not going to go away because the media and social media will not let it happen. People have their beliefs, and yes, some people are racist, some people lash out. Some people are really racist against skin color or your sexual orientation or your religion or whatnot. But if the media would just stay the hell out of it, it would not be bad. People would learn to accept people for who they are, because just like how the world was after 9/11, everyone stood up. It didn't matter what your sex was, what your color was, what your religion was, what nothing was. It didn't matter.
Right.
And it's not going to get any better until the media leaves it alone and lets us.
Oh, yeah.
And lets us come.
The media totally exacerbates it because they keep running it through their 24/7 cycles and they keep trying to paint certain people or individuals as villains. And just like you said, they should just leave it alone. And I mean, if they report it, they should report it as unbiased as humanly possible. But we all know that, you know, mainstream medias are pretty much incapable of doing that.
Yeah, because you can take two people. You can take a colored guy and you can take a white guy that have been friends their whole entire lives, and they could get into a fight. One of them could get severely hurt, or, you know, hit in the head or whatever, and end up in the hospital, or one of them pass away, or they could have just been playing, you know, rough housing or whatnot, and something bad comes of it, and the media is going to spin it around as a hate crime, just
Correct.
because one was black or colored, sorry, and one was white. But now if that happened with two white guys or two colored guys, or, you know, Mexican, whatever their race was, if it happened within their own race, nothing was said about it. But if it was two people outside of their own race, like say they were best friends or stepbrothers or whatever, the media is going to spin it around as a hate crime.
They are. You know, and
Like, Dwayne, this is something that has been going on way before your time, way before my time. And if you go back and look at just the last 18 years, whenever there was peace in America, within Americans, no violence, I mean, there's always violence, but when America was standing up for one another and fighting for one another, there wasn't a damn thing said in the media. But when ratings started going down and people started not listening and people started not paying attention, the media started in on it and started spinning everything around.
Right.
Yep, they sensationalized everything.
You know?
Trying to get the ratings, they turned something that was probably just most likely a misunderstanding, miscommunication, and just like you said, they paint it as some sort of intentional crime. And yeah, that definitely happens way too much. I believe the hate crime thing kind of does get thrown around most often when it really isn't appropriate. Just because people obviously kind of lean on it like a crutch, and, you know, for bad things that happen, they're like, oh yeah, well no, that was a hate crime, and so they'll kind of fall on that line. And, you know, there's just people out there that are just, like you said, they're just hateful. You know, there are, and, you know, you always have to watch out for them. But, you know, sometimes there's people that just don't understand. And let's just be real, like, every human has a capacity of fearing something they don't understand.
Yep, and it was, I don't remember when it happened. It was just it might have been sometime last year or the beginning of this year, and I only know because these people ended up on like the Kelly Clarkson show or the Ellen DeGeneres show. A white family had a black male babysitter for their kids, and he was part of his youth group and everything like that.
Video.
And he took them out to eat, and someone called the cops because they thought that he had kidnapped them. And the cops called one of their parents or both of their parents down to the restaurant to verify that these kids were theirs. And
it wasn't even at the restaurant. It was in front of this lady's house.
And, well, wherever they were at. And no, because there was bystanders. They were getting ice cream or they were doing something.
They just got done going out to eat and they were...
Stop. But the parents had to go down there. A phone call wouldn't just work, you know, and that's humiliating.
Yeah.
You know, and for people to do that is just saddening and heartbreaking. And people really, excuse my language, people really just need to grow the fuck up.
There you hear it, folks.
Not everything is a hate crime. There's a lot of beautiful things happening in this world, even through this god awful quarantine and lockdown or whatever you want to call it. But no one wants to report about that. The media doesn't want no one seeing that. You know, there's a lot of beautiful things in this life, and that's what people need to focus on.
And my mom couldn't have said it any better.
Absolutely. I agree. And definitely, to your point in the comments on YouTube, it is very much deliberate what the police are doing, how they're policing. It's definitely become more strategic as far as who and how they enforce these laws. Because Alex is saying in the comments that the cops in his area are just being blatantly ridiculous. And the fact of the matter that, people can get arrested for, say, taking their kids out to a park or just wanting to go fishing, just wanting to do something with another human being.
Right.
And people are being thrown in jail for that. But
Right.
yet we're releasing people who have committed actual crimes and have been charged with them. And we're letting them out of prisons and whatnot.
Right. Like there was a lady that
see the double standard and the hypocrisy, like in full force.
Like there was a lady that took her kids to the park, and there was a bunch of families there, but they were all staying like 6 feet apart or 12 feet apart. Like some of them, like the playground was open. Like some kids were on the swing. Like one family was at the swing, one family was on another piece of equipment, and this cop just came there and started cussing everybody, cussing out all the adults in front of their kids. And it's like the police, we're supposed to be able to trust police. And the good thing is about the city of Massillon, we don't have that police brutality
Don't even say that, because I'm not putting our police department down. I love our police department, and I couldn't ask for better cops from the ones I know. But you always have to remember, and no matter what profession you choose, whether you are a cop, a prosecutor, a public defender, a judge, anything that has to do with the law or government, any doctor, any nurse, anything, no matter what you do, you can be a janitor. Mm-hmm. And there's always going to be 1 to 2 bad apples, no matter where you work, that give everyone else a bad name. Just like,
absolutely.
For example, I was in the emergency room last Monday.
Right.
I know what the doctor told me. I remember what my doctor told me. I had a virtual appointment with my family doctor on Wednesday. That doctor that I had in the ER totally lied to me about everything.
Look at the EMTs who treated you.
So, and I don't remember a lot of that. So we're not even going there.
Well, no, that's why I was just saying on air. So, like, you brought the doctor. I'm like, the EMTs treated my mother.
I just want to stick with things right now that I can remember. When I go upstairs here in a few minutes, you can get into that. But
can I get the ashtray?
TL,
I'm walking away from the camera for a minute, bud.
But I had, an ER doctor lie to me. It doesn't, but just because he chose to do what he did and tell me that he ran tests that he didn't run.
Can I shut that right off this
and everything. When I go upstairs, it doesn't make all doctors or all ER doctors bad. There's always, no matter what, you're always going to have a couple of bad people. I don't want to say bad people.
Absolutely.
I want to say people that are making the wrong choices, that are making wrong decisions, but also on, we can't, but here's at the end of the day, we can't answer for anybody else. The only people that we can answer for at the end of the day, at the end of the night, is ourselves. And when your head hits that pillow at night, if your conscience ain't clear, then you have some soul searching to do. Because I know I am not a perfect person. I ask God for forgiveness every day because I sin every day as soon as I open my eyes. But when my head hits that pillow at night, my conscience is clean. And if it's not, or if I feel that I need to say I'm sorry to someone, I say it. But people take things, instead of standing together, it divides everyone. Just that, like that father son that killed that colored guy, nothing happened to him because he was in law enforcement or retired from it. And instead of that dividing this country, that should make us all stand up together and fight for that guy that got killed and against the system. But the media is getting exactly what they wanted and exactly what it intended to be, is to divide everybody, to start riots, to start pointing fingers and say that, and try to justify what happened.
Right. And
America just needs to wake the hell up and start standing up together instead of apart.
and like my mom can testify for this. When I was going through my stomach ulcers situation, Mercy Hospital almost killed me.
Don't give hospital names out doing that slander.
One of the hospitals here in Canton,
No, just here in Ohio.
one of the hospitals here in Ohio almost killed me because they refused to run a CT scan. They refused to try to even do an MRI on my stomach. They refused to do anything and just gave me medication, said that it was probably from a past nosebleed. I walked downtown in Canton and I got to the Lincoln Theater. Not Lincoln Theater, what is that downtown? Palace? That's the Palace Theater, right? Right there off Market. Ma?
I'm not agreeing to anything because I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to what you're saying, and you're throwing names out there, and you can get it for slander.
Sorry. But I was walking down towards the Palace Theater and I collapsed. And I had to go to another hospital here in Ohio, but I called my mother. My mother was. Is that okay to say? Hey. My mother was with somebody. She was talking to somebody and had to have them bring her up to the hospital. So I knew I got the proper medical treatment I needed because my mom advocated. What's that word that I'm trying to say?
Advocated?
Yeah, she advocated for my medical treatment to make sure that the ulcers were found, and if they were, that I would get the proper treatment, which the proper treatment for that would have been surgery. But the hospital.
I don't even know where you're going with this anymore, dude.
But the fact is that even in hospitals, you get treated wrong, like my mom said, or in law enforcement, or even in like residentials where you have former law enforcement work. Like
where are you going with this?
everything, seems that officers and doctors and everything are starting to pick off race of who they want to treat right and how they're going to treat them. And it's not okay of how people get treated. Bonnie said you're a good
No.
mother.
Thank you.
You know, in like, we need to teach our kids that this is gonna happen whether we want it to or not.
Dwayne, you lost your point.
No, I'm going. No, this is how I do. Just shush. I do this every time. But I ask TLO. I get there and then I drift off a minute, then I get back to the point. But the point
What
is,
the hell are you talking about?
talking about how we got to start teaching our kids that they're gonna see hate crime. They're gonna see the fact
Lower your voice.
that police are going to be, I'm sorry to say it, ignorant assholes, because we've said it here in the show before.
Voice your sister asleep. But here's the thing. People are not going to be able to teach their children that until they start living it. You cannot preach what you don't practice.
Wait a minute. No, I'm talking about, you've got me completely,
You said that we need to start teaching our kids.
that hate crime is going to happen whether we like it or not, whether it's to them or they see it happen to another person. I was getting somewhere before you interrupted me. Let me finish. We need to teach our kids that they're either going to see it on social media platforms, the news, in real life, or hear someone that was a victim of hate crime talk about it. We have to get our kids mentally prepared for what they're going to see or hear. Because the fact we know this ain't going to go away. There's going to be them cops that are ignorant douchebags. There's going to be them doctors that are just straight up dicks.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. If I thought for 1 second that all cops were assholes, would I ever raise you and your sister to trust them, to believe them, to respect them?
No, but we got to teach our kids that there are certain cops out there that you can't trust.
Yeah. But some parents that are racist, they don't believe any cops are good.
You know, like,
So then that means it goes on to the next generation, and then the next generation, and then the next generation, and the next generation. You cannot teach a child something that you don't agree with. We see it as, you see it as a hate crime. I see it as a hate crime. That's the way you were raised. You were raised to know the difference between right and wrong. You was not raised racist. But
right.
Everyone's not going to look at what's happening in this world today and see it as a hate crime. There's people in this world that honestly see that as justice. There's people in this world that think that nothing should happen to that father and son that killed that colored guy.
Right, and they actually got 20, both the father and son were finally charged.
But you should have seen all the comments on the one article that I read, that there was hundreds of people standing in behind that father and that son. So then
Was that the jogger? Was that the guy that was running, that was jogging?
That's the jogger. So,
Yeah.
so there's thousands of people that are standing in behind that father and that son.
But that's wrong. That's morally messed up.
But that's your opinion.
And this is where my mind goes because of history. This takes me back. This takes me back to literally the way things were back in Civil War times. And then after the Civil War, when in 1871, when the Ku Klux Klan was started.
We all know that. We see it as a hate crime because that's exactly what it was. But you have people that don't see it as a hate crime. They see it as justice. That's how it goes from generation to generation to generation. And we're letting it happen. And we're letting media into the home and letting the media divide us instead of bringing us together.
Which is why I see that we no longer, for a while, like you wouldn't let me or Kristen watch the news. You know, like the one time I got to watch the news as a kid was the morning that an old acquaintance of ours, you know, when I woke up said, hey, you might want to watch the news, you know, because President Obama was speaking. You know, and the fact that I was just learning about 9/11 at that time too. Only time I got to watch the news is the morning that Obama announced that Osama bin Laden was killed. That they finally took him. That they got him. That was the only time that I ever got to watch the news because my mom had to sign off on papers stating that I could watch certain videos that were derogatory.
That's why I kept you and your sister away from social media until you guys were old enough to understand.
Bonnie, I'm not meaning to cut you off, but I want to address a comment that Bonnie said. Bonnie said my best friend in high school was from Costa Rica, and we attended high school in a small town in the 70s. She wanted to try out for a track team. She ran the best time, not accepted. I protested. That was my first experience with racism. The school counselors and gym teachers held it against me because I filed a complaint. ALF said, if you ask me, kind of bullshit if you ask me. Lee said, that's why I left the medical field, treating people different due to what insurance they had or didn't have. ALF said, make the doctor take full half hour he owes you for the visit, being paid for by you or otherwise. You know, so like you're seeing like a lot of people in here are coming out and showing like they've been victims of racism. When I was in the village, I was a victim of it because one of the staff, and I'm not going to finish the name, but you know, but I was, you know,
Race doesn't boil down. Racism doesn't just boil down to skin color. It's racist is skin, you know, your ethnic, your religion, your sexual orientation, if you're poor, middle class, rich, you know, it's anything. It's your beliefs. It's, you know, whatever. It's whatever. But people just need to start standing up with each other instead of against each other, because it would make it so much better. Give the example that adopted the schools in counties are doing, adopt a senior.
right,
One thing that I've realized and that I've seen with that page is that it doesn't just say that you can just only adopt a senior in the city that you live in. The one that we live in is strictly for Stark County, but like Portage County, other, you know, there's all counties have one.
Yep.
But we can adopt a kid from any school district.
Here in Ohio.
No, in Stark County. There's people from Massillon that adopted a kid from Alliance and vice versa. And we got to meet people that we would have never otherwise met. We got to read stories on that page of people that we would have never done. It brought so many people together, and there was, you know, Caucasian people adopting outside of it was just a beautiful thing, and that's what there needs to be. That's what there needs to be more of.
Right, like, you know, like Chris, like my sister adopted a girl out of Alliance. I adopted two sisters, I think either out of Jackson or Alliance. I know I adopted, she didn't say that it was one.
Have you got their stuff?
I don't get paid till Friday. I'll have it, or if I'm going to go donate tomorrow.
That doesn't need to be talked about on here.
No, they know I donate. I'm gonna go donate tomorrow or Thursday.
It doesn't.
Tomorrow and Thursday to get their stuff. But like I have seen like through this page that me, my mom, my sister, my ex-mother, my ex-future mother-in-law, all of us are on this page, and we're seeing, people be. I'm trying to look for the word. People being non-prejudiced. People actually coming together as one county, in which we know here in the county me and my mom live in. Everyone knows I lived in Canton, Ohio, which everyone can look that up and see that Stark County. Here in Stark County, we're seeing people,
There's still crime going on, but there's still a lot of people standing up for each other and being there for one another, especially since the lockdown.
oh, poor Lee. Hold on, I'm not meaning to interrupt you, but this is sad. Lee said, I had friends that were Black American, and I'm Native American. I've seen both sides of the roads. But to do it to my 4-year-old at McDonald's,
Right.
Sorry, I'm getting a little teary-eyed and a little pissed off here, because this is the fact is I have friends of multiple colors.
Mm-hmm.
I have Patrick, who is African American. I have my buddy Eddie, who is Native American. I have a friend that lives in Florida that is Asian. Myself, I'm part Native. I took the whole ancestry test last year 2 years ago when I was in IL, and you were right. I'm part Cherokee.
I don't think it's Cherokee.
No, it came back Cherokee.
That's Poppy.
I'm part Native American. I'm German, I'm Irish, and I'm Italian. I'm basically a mutt if you put it like that. I'm not 100% full-blooded American, so. But that's the thing is, like, I've been a victim of racism. When I was in my first facility, I was picked on because of my sexuality. I was bullied to the point where I was hospitalized twice. I was beat, jumped. Some of them I've started. A lot of them I didn't. Staff picked on me because at the time I was bisexual. It's when I was just starting to figure out who I was. Because you remember when that happened at Mr. Mike's. So.
Stop saying names.
Like the fact that I know how it feels to be a victim of racism and a victim of hate crime. And when I see these videos, of it boils my blood.
It should.
Because I know how it feels.
I don't think I'm trying to sit here. I don't. I went to all white schools, and I went to my 8th grade year. I went to the school that I was the 4th or 5th white person in that school out of 4 grades.
Right.
3 grades. But I've always known how.
Hold on. Tila, can you hear her?
Yes.
Okay.
I've always known how to make friends. I never got picked on because I was white, but I got picked on for my weight. I got picked on for living in the projects. I got picked on for other things, but I never took it as I never took it as like a racist thing. I've always been able to shrug things off, but it doesn't matter if I was in an all-white school or an all-colored school. Yes, it was scary for me. I ain't even gonna lie, but I've always known how to make friends. I've always been that person that can make friends, and I didn't get along with everyone. Not everyone liked me, and I didn't like everyone else. But I don't think that had anything to do with skin color. I think it just because we're not going to like everyone that we meet. But I've always been able to tolerate
Right.
and have a respect for people until they give me nothing to respect.
Right. And there's a movie that literally comes to my head, and it's my favorite movie. Me and you have watched it so many times. Remember the Titans. Remember the Titans covers that.
It's only because they go to the only reason why you love that movie so much is the history lesson behind it when
Gettysburg.
When they go to Gettysburg.
But no, and this is reminding me now of it, TLO, and I know me and you've talked about Remember the Titan before.
Yeah.
You know, this movie really digs in to the racism.
Because it's a true story.
You know, and while there was black members, I remember a coach going like, why the fuck is that N-word on the field? Like, why is he playing? And just, do you still have that movie?
Yes, I do.
I'm watching it tonight after this.
But you can't pick that movie apart or dissect that movie because that is based on a true story.
I know, but that's why I'm saying that movie, with it being, I forgot it was a true story, and thank you for reminding me of that. But with that being a true story, that movie really does depict it. You know, it shows a lot. You know, and like me and TLO say all the time on this show, there's one movie that shows everything, and it's TLO's favorite movie. Because it took him 3.5 weeks. TLO, I'm going to let you say the name of it.
V for Vendetta.
I didn't hear what you said.
V for Vendetta.
I haven't watched that, but I've heard of it.
That movie, you watch that movie, you'll understand a lot more shit better. It took TLO 3.5 weeks before I bought it from YouTube. Before I bought it on YouTube. I've watched that movie 6 times. And I've only had it for 2 weeks.
Yep.
It is a good movie, but it is a sad movie.
It is.
It will make
sad in a lot of ways. And it also is sad even for some good things too. Because I'm sorry, at the end, every time at the end, you know, when
I cried.
let's just say the masks come off, I always get a little teary. Just because, like we said, like in that group that take and remove the masks, there's all sorts of people. There's all the different kinds of people all together, standing together, just like we're saying.
Right.
Overcoming opposition and oppression together.
Right. And I want to read something that Bonnie said real quick, because I'm trying to watch the comments too. Bonnie said, I had students at the alternative school who were emotionally brutalized by peers because of sexuality, disability.
I can hear you.
Sometimes the staff just stood by, and it broke my heart.
Well, look how much. Look how, and don't you dare name any names. Look how many staff members, and look at the people, and don't say their titles or anything. look how many people that I had to go up against and bring in, just in the school system, and bring in the Ohio Department of Education, Stark County Board of Education, Ohio Legal Rights, all of our social workers, my lawyer, everyone, because of teachers and other people not doing their jobs, and you were being discriminated against, and it had nothing. There's so much more to discrimination than just color. It's disabilities, learning or otherwise. It's anything. But look how many in the school system. Look how many people I went up against to fight for your rights.
And there's one teacher that said I can use his name at any time, and you know who I'm getting ready to talk about because he stood behind my back full-fledged when that happened.
Mr. Hendricks.
Mr. Hendricks was my behavioral teacher because I couldn't be in a normal classroom with the emotional distress and stuff. But
even with him,
you and Mr. Hendricks never got into it.
him and I butted heads.
You guys butted heads, but in the long run, you guys became good friends.
But we butted heads because you can't put your math on paper. You do your math in your head, and you're not able to show your work, which is a common thing for people that do their math in their head. They can't show it on work. But
I can't show it on work to save my own life still.
Show it on
paper.
But this is how I look at things. It doesn't matter your race, your age, your sexuality. Nothing matters because this is the bottom line. We all bleed the same, and we all gonna be 6 foot under.
Right, and TLL, can I read your comment out loud that you said?
Yeah, you can read out loud. You can post it, all of it.
So I'm gonna pull it up so people can see it on the screen too, like people from Facebook and everything. TLO said, I had another girl who was mixed. We were almost thrown out of an African American social studies group-wise because we weren't black enough.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
I know when
they totally eviscerated the both of us. I can take it
back
because
up and explain
I already had dealt with it most of my life, because up until the age of 8, my grandmother was not allowed to visit me because my mother had sexual relations with a black man. And on my mother's side, we're talking very, very, well, I wouldn't say very old school, but pretty old school German Irish Catholics. And so let's just say Granddaddy was not very happy that there was a colored kid in his family.
You should see
later on in life,
that.
He grew out of that, and especially there was a day when my aunt, on my aunt's wedding, we got all the generations together with my grandfather, and it was shortly before he got sick, suffered from dementia and a few cancers. But when my mother told me that I should go and stand next to my grandfather, he looked at me and I looked at him, and I put my arm around him. I was like, of course I'm going to stand next to my grandfather. And he started crying. And I knew at that moment that he felt true regret in his heart for the fact that he had, for the most part, kind of excluded me from his life just due to my skin color and not my character.
Right, and I want to think.
You know, and I know this is not. I know this is not the topic, but I do.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to address. I gotta watch comments too between talking. I want to say something that Bonnie pointed out to me and you. She said, "Look at how far you come, Dwayne. It's a testament to you."
Well, slow down. I can't. My ears don't. Stop that fast.
She was addressing me, but you're involved in it. She said, "Look at how far you have came, Dwayne. It is a testament to you and your mom and your persistence." Tila, is that right? Persistence?
That is correct.
Me and my mom in the past 11 years have came a very, very, very long way.
The more you grow up, the better we do.
Yeah, the more I grow up, the better we do. And we never thought that I have been here.
That you would ever be living with me again?
I have been here for 2 weeks. Now, mind you, me and my mom would normally argue every day. Since I've been here for 2 weeks, Mom, we've only argued.
We've only argued once.
Twice. We argued the day that I had to kick 2 people out of my life, and we had another argument like a day later about something stupid. Oh, it's because I was talking too loud on the video game, or I was coming through my computer or something. No, it was when we were watching the freaking Good Doctor last night. Which, by the way, I'm not watching that until you come back and watch it with me.
But I want to address something that Taylor said. And I know this is, I don't think it's too far off topic, but it might not be at all. You break that, I will hurt you.
I didn't touch that. I touched the CDs on top and I cut my hand.
You know, with your grandfather and, you know, I don't remember what religion you said he was.
German Irish Catholic.
That is why I am a Christian. I am non-denominational, but that right there is why I don't believe in religion, because a lot of religion divides this country too.
Correct.
And
not just this country, but basically people all over the world.
Yeah.
Religion has caused a lot of division.
You know, and like,
and it doesn't matter either. It's all religions. It's not just, you know, Catholicism or Christianity, or whether people believe, you know, that just the Muslim culture is out to get them and that sort of thing. It's everywhere, and it's permeating through most religions, and they kind of, the religions themselves almost like self-propagate a lot of these misconceptions, a lot of these falsehoods about other people, other races, and whatnot. And so it keeps this perpetual bullshit going, to be honest.
That it does.
Yeah.
You know, and I am not a Bible thumper by any shape or form. And whatever people believe, don't believe, that's their decision, and, you know, and I respect what other people's wishes are. But the Bible says that God says that He created us all in His image, but we are all different. There's no two people the same on the face of this earth.
Right.
And religion makes everybody the same. To where, you know, if you don't believe, there's some churches, you know, you can't even just go to visit.
hold on, guys. Sorry about that, Mom.
Even if you're searching for a church or religion, there's churches that won't let you in there because you are not that religion, or you have tattoos, or you're a female with short hair, or you're not wearing a dress. and it's just insane.
It is. And we're going to do another special thing here on the Night Talk tonight. We have a missing person in my area. And this is the first time I've ever done this on my show. But if any of you are in the Massillon area and you're watching from Massillon, Ohio, if you guys see, hold on, let me screen share.
Is he still missing? Has a police report been made?
It has. I believe so. I don't think Massillon's posted it yet, though. If you guys have seen this kid, his name is Austin. He's 18 years old. Brown hair, brown eyes, 5'6", and 153 pounds.
Stop looking at me, dude. I don't know.
No, I was looking because I'm trying to remember. If you guys have seen this kid, please call me or the Massillon Police Department and let them know where he is at. His father, his stepmother, his mother, and his sister are worried sick. He is 18 years old. I think so. I don't. He has somewhat of a disability. I don't remember what it is. If you guys seen this kid, please call me at 330-353-8527 or call the Massillon Police Department at. Mom, can you pull up the number for the Massillon Police Department?
Will you give me the minute?
Yeah, call me at 330-353-8527. And my mom is going to pull up the number for the Massillon Police Department. I am really worried about him. I am also I know his sister is. She called me crying. She called me crying today. Let me know that her brother was missing.
330.
The phone number for the Massillon Police Department is 330-832-9811. 9811. Please, if you guys have seen him, his name is Austin. He's 18 years old with some type of disability. I do not remember. We would like him to come home safe. Come home safe. He left and he's 18 and his parents haven't seen him since. But yeah, thank you guys for that part of the show. Now back to what we were talking about, with the whole religion thing. Like, my mom raised me non-denominational.
Since are you old enough to choose for yourself?
And yeah, until I was old enough.
Because I don't agree with that either. I don't agree parents raising their kids on one, like forcing a certain religion on them, because that's where you get a lot of rebellion at too.
Right.
You kids raise your kids if you want to know and love God, and let them, when they get older, establish their own religion if that's what they want to do, or non-denomination. Because just because I believe in something doesn't mean that you and your sister have to.
Right, but you always raised us non-denominational. Until I was 15 years old, I found out that I was, I came to you and I said, I found out that I was apostolic Pentecostal. When I came home from foster care from the first time, we went to Zion's Temple Church of God. Very good church with a very good pastor. He helped me and my mom through a lot of spiritual issues. And this man, I will still call my pastor to this day. Even though me and him have had a few setbacks. But, just because your religion, in TLO, I feel so bad for you that you were stuck kind of in that situation because your family was German Irish Catholic. Um,
Oh yeah, no, it was a long road traveled, but we got there. The family is a hell of a lot stronger. It's grown, and that's the important part.
Yes, that is, and even though as heartbreaking as it is and as bad as it can be when for no matter what reason it is that your family chooses not to be a part of your life, the most beautiful thing is when they can get over it and they can start being a part of your life, and the forgiveness that you have in your heart speaks volumes on what an amazing person that you are, because there's not a lot of people that would have been able to do that.
right,
And the thing is now is just going forward and um, enjoying the time that you have with them now instead of trying to make up time from the past.
Correct.
right,
And doing non-denominational. When I raised you and your sister, non-denominational. I have my reasons I don't believe in religion. But non-denominational is just pretty much saying that you believe in God, you believe in the Bible, you do your best to live it. I fail epically daily, but it's just pretty much saying you're a Christian.
right.
And it doesn't matter if you say that you were just a Christian and leave it at that, or that you're Baptist or one of the other million religions that are out there.
Right.
It doesn't mean that anyone's getting to heaven, how did I want to word that? It sounded better in my head.
Now you see what I go through.
Because I was going to say, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that one's going to get to heaven any quicker than the other, but that depends on you die.
Like I'll bring up.
Religion doesn't guarantee you a spot in heaven.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't matter if you were just a Christian or if you say that you are a certain religion. It's still not a guarantee to get you into heaven, because we all have our own judgment day.
Right, like Revelation says.
No, we ain't getting.
No, the book of Revelation says, "I am all alpha."
I said, shut up. No.
No, it's talking about how to get to heaven. Okay, in the book of Romans, in the book of Romans. In the book of Romans, Jesus says, "I am the book of Romans." He says, "I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, and the first and the last. That no one cometh unto the Father except through me."
Mm-hmm.
Romans 3:23 states that everyone has sinned and fell short of the glory of God. Look at the book of John. John 17 states, "For the light has come into the world, but men have loved darkness because they were afraid their deeds would be exposed." But go back a verse, because this is the verse that hits. "For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him should not perish but have everlasting life."
But and it also states so that all darkness will come into the light.
Which is John 3:17. 3:17 through 20.
All darkness will be exposed.
Right.
I just know on my judgment, I ain't worried about anybody else's judgment day. I worry about my judgment day.
Like I said on my last show, that we did when we were all present. Can you bring me the ashtray?
No, I'm not bringing you the ashtray. I'm walking right here.
Turning
up the thermostat because I'm cold.
And
And sitting back down.
Look at chat. What? Huh? Hello.
I don't know. Everything is. I don't know what we're talking about anywhere. But the bottom line is to me, if the media would stay the hell out of things and let people be people and everything and stop.
Hold on. Please refrain from being sexually derogatory in the comments. It would greatly be appreciated. That's one thing I won't tolerate on my show. That's just one thing I won't tolerate on my show. Is being like that. So Andrew Prophet, if you're gonna be like that, take that. Please take that elsewhere.
Exit my show.
Please exit my show. I don't want that here. Actually, none of us hosts want that in our comments. Because fortunately I can see everything being spread between Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. No, TLO is the Twitch page. You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was the Twitch page.
Gotcha.
Because they're spamming my chat.
How?
Right.
Here's me in a nutshell.
Oh no.
It makes me fucking sad because I'm such a fucking nice girl. People really try to play me like I'm stupid, and then I have to be a fucking bitch.
Why does that sound like me and you both?
That's me. Stay off of my face.
Nah, you're not. You can be a bitch, but when people do that, I'm sorry, you're queen bitch at that point. There's two different levels with you. We just don't know which one's going to be which.
You know what? Did you see my Facebook feed today?
Kind of, somewhat. I haven't really been on Facebook much today.
It's of the Joker. It says, I'm like 14 people packed in one body, spin a little bitch.
I did see that.
And then me and a friend of mine were talking, and I told her, because my red hair apparently is not a big enough warning for people. I tell people I am like a box of chocolates. You never know what attitude you're gonna get.
You know what? And here's the thing about my mom. She has always said, I may be. She went like she always says this. I may be a bitch, but that doesn't give you a right to call me a bitch. Now I call my mom a bitch out of love because I have got froggy, and I've leapt, and I've got knocked on my ass. As
yeah, but you're a limit though too, and not only that, I was just call Poppy.
Like one day, like I walked beside my mom, and I went like jerk, and she looked around, turned right back around at me, and went like bitch.
I never called you bitch. I called you an asshole.
No, because we did the whole supernatural thing. Remember Sam and Dean?
Mm.
When I walked up beside you, we just got done watching Supernatural, and I went like jerk, and you went like bitch. See, like the one thing about my mom, the one thing you don't fuck with, and there's a testament, and I'll give you the story here in a minute. One testament you don't fuck with. One piece of her life, actually two pieces of her life now. Don't fuck with her kids, and you don't fuck with her grandbaby. I was walking home one day.
He was not walking home. He was out on your skateboard. Get right.
I was out on my skateboard, and dude asked me if I stole his car radio.
You're sucking at this story. The neighbor across the street, his car kept getting broken into.
And I got accused of it.
You had just came back home. You were outside skating, and he asked you if you knew the kids that were breaking into his car, and you said no. That you tried to tell him that you had just moved in, that you had just moved back home, and he said that you better not be, because if he found out that it was you, or that you knew him or had any part of him, that he would shoot you just like he was going to the other ones. I freaked out.
I told my mom, and I don't think I've ever. My mom probably didn't touch a single step going down. The first flight of steps, no. Actually, I don't think any steps were touched. She came flying off the porch, and she told the guy, like, I'm going to beat your fucking ass if you ever threaten to shoot my son again. And he went like, I'm going to have my wife come out here and beat your bitch ass. And she went like, go ahead. I'll beat your ass, then hers. Don't you ever fucking threaten my child. You know, like, over the years, my mom has told both of us kids, if you are 100% in the right, like, I'll say this on air. I was accused of rape.
No, we're not getting into that.
I've talked about it on air before. I talked about it.
If you just say, because I don't want to listen, I don't want to hear that, I don't want to go through the story. If any of my kids are 100% right, I will fight tooth and nail. If you guys are wrong, you guys are taking your punishment, I will stand beside you to make sure it's fair.
Right. And like every time I was incarcerated,
your ass was always sitting because you was always in the wrong.
Yep, my ass always sat. And like at every court hearing in the morning at Faircrest, she had the option to take me home. In the one court hearing, she said, nope, he can sit right where he is.
Depending on what you got arrested for, though.
The one time you couldn't take me home wasn't your fault. That wasn't your fault.
No, that wasn't my fault. Your dumb ass got yourself in trouble.
No, I'm talking about when somebody else had me arrested. And I couldn't come home until you moved out. Because you were planning on bringing me home the next day.
No, I wasn't.
You had to move into Aunt Tina's.
No, stop with the names. And you have no idea, Dwayne.
I can use names on here. It's Freedom Revolution Network.
I'm asking you not to.
Okay, I won't use names.
And you don't know the story behind that. I didn't have to do anything.
Oh my God, he's still blowing up my chat room. Please stop, or I'm going to go on Twitch and I am going to block you.
Why don't you just do that?
Because I gotta call Alicia and have her block him. I gotta call Scarlett and have her block him. Which is about to be done if he doesn't stop.
Who's Alicia?
Alicia? I don't know who that is.
Okay. You're supposed to say that. You are so slow.
Hey! I may be slow in the head, but not in the bed.
I am your mother. Don't be into that. 50 days and no Chinese food got me looking at stray cats longer than I used to.
Oh my God.
I don't like Chinese food, so.
See, TLO, and me and you had a very interesting conversation last night.
Yeah.
Me and TLO talked for 5.5 hours last night. And we
I'm sorry.
actually, hey, fuck you too. I will throw my lighter at you.
You know what? I got my tablet over here and I ain't afraid to break it.
Don't throw your tablet.
I will throw that bitch like a frisbee.
My sister and my future brother-in-law got that for you.
I will throw it like a frisbee and have it fixed.
And I will catch it. But anyways, back on topic, whatever our topic is.
God.
Me and TLO had a very, very fun night topic last night. I kind of got to see the dark side of TLO last night.
Shouldn't you be asking him if you could talk about this on air?
Because nope, we've talked about this on air so many times.
Yes.
The-
Most people know I run dark.
oh,
No, I'm laughing at Facebook. So it says some of y'all need to go bowling so y'all can learn how to stay in your own motherfucking lane.
damn.
I thought it was funny.
It's funny, but damn, isn't it so fucking accurate? Oh my God. So now, I got a story for y'all. So my mom found out about the lifestyle that I lived in. It's actually the same lifestyle that me and TLO both enjoy.
Oh God, seriously?
Absolutely.
What, you're gonna bring this back up?
Story time.
No, because that was awkward.
I tried to talk to my mom and her boyfriend about this at the time, and I'm not saying names. And she,
That was not from my life. That it might be freedom revolution, but my life ain't freedom.
no, she picked her ashtray up. She picked her cigarettes up. She picked her pop up. She went like, "I am mom. I don't need to know this shit." And went like, "You can talk about it." Because my mom has always been the father figure in my life. Even though my mom has a vagina and tits, she's been the father figure in my life.
What about the 3 hour phone conversation that we had over the summertime on shit that I did not want to talk about, but I did? So can we just drop it because I don't feel any better now than what I did then?
I think I traumatized my mother.
And I am your mom. I am clearly a female, so people already know what I had doing.
Just for people that are confused.
I play both. Just because I play both roles doesn't mean that I play both roles. Doesn't mean I'm anything but a female playing both roles.
But anyways, I have tortured my mom so much with some of my topics.
That is gorgeous.
And
Especially that one.
the phone call, because I couldn't, and this is, we're going to go rated R here for a minute. I had to call my mom in the middle of the night. This is right after Julie had a baby, had her son. And I started to have to use protection. I went like, I don't know how to measure to
You know
use
what?
condoms.
You are such an idiot. You are such a dork. Dwayne, some things, you know what, dude, your life might go a little bit better if you actually had privacy in your life. Not everybody needs to know everything. Not everybody, your life would go so much smoother sometimes.
Oh, my life has already been blasted out here in the FRN, and everybody loves me and accepts me for it.
That's right.
Oh, come on.
Because that's what we do at Freedom Revolution Network.
You should see the original Red Pill show. Oh my gosh, the nutcases over there, Mel and Tim.
Oh, we were having some fun tonight.
Oh, I was watching.
Oh, I'm sure you were.
Oh, I was dying, dude. I couldn't even type on my phone. Tim had me.
Yeah, people don't know. If I get on a roll, I will crack a whole entire room up.
He does it in the chat boxes when he doesn't even get on my show, and I have to force him on there.
Well, it's not like I can get on the show when I'm at work.
Right, but Tim has these little googly eye glasses, and he goes like this with them, and it would drive you insane. He goes like this. And the nickname we call Tim, and we call him Meth Head Tim because he looks like either a meth head or a crackhead with the way them freaking glasses go.
Oh. Alrighty then.
Oh, the shit we say here on Freedom Revolution. Speaking of the revolution, if you guys want to donate, please go to freedomrevolutionnetwork.com and click the donation button. We also have a
then you get cracked up by me in the comments.
Yes, you can find TLO in the comments. TLO is the freaking class clown of the Freedom Revolution Network.
Well, I wouldn't go as far as class clown, but
but
I would definitely say card.
Oh yeah, we also have what they call the coronavirus dollar bomb, where you can guys donate $1, $5, or $10, and if you guys donate $50 or more, you guys get a free Freedom Revolution Network T-shirt of your choice. If you guys like what we do, like what we say, and you like the material here on the network, please donate. We don't just have the night talk. We have Going Down the Rabbit Hole with what's her name? It's a new show. I think, yeah, new show.
With L.
Down
With
the Rabbit
L.
Hole with L.
Yes.
The original Red Pill show with Tim and Mel. Clarity After
Correct.
Dark with your host Scarlet Anonymous and with your co-host Red Gypsy. And then on Sundays you also have Jiff, which is Journey into Freedom with your host Red Gypsy and co-host Scarlet Anonymous. We also have new shows coming up here soon once they find out the difficulties. Survivalist Martini, where you guys will have a happy hour. We have a show that's going to be all about weed. TLO, help me. You know the names of these.
Oh, I forgot about that one though. Was it like higher?
The Higher Purpose
level?
Show.
There you go. Higher Purpose. There you go.
And then also we have
Liberty. You got Liberty Librarian too.
You also have the Liberty Librarian. If you guys also want to have your own show where you guys think something would benefit to the Freedom Revolution Network, go to freedomrevolutionnetwork.com and fill out that application to be a host. We are asking for a $25 donation each month. Speaking of that, Mom, on the first,
say it on the air. I will get it.
Well, I'm going to mute myself. Hold on. So, TLO, how's things on your side of the road? In your little area.
Oh, well. Things are starting to pick up here because they've opened up a few more things. But what's going to happen this week is going to be kind of like the canary in the coal mine, as it were. Our governor, Walz, is coming to a impasse. His executive powers will run up, I do believe, Wednesday or Thursday, and there's a fight brewing between him and the Minnesota Congress over a spending bill that he's trying to get going to supposedly get people back to work and, open up some opportunities that way. But the Congress that is held strongly by the Republicans have warned him that if he extends his executive powers, they will kill the bill.
Right, and that's weird. I want to show you guys something real quick since it's turned down enough. Oh, my mom just showed me this. Twinkle, twinkle, little snitch. Mind your business, nosy bitch.
Turn my phone back now.
I think that's so cool because you know what? Right there, that's kind of me.
You never mind your own damn business.
That's why I'm saying I'm a nosy bitch. I ain't afraid to say it on air. You know what, TLO? The fact that times are changing and we're kind of backed into a corner here all over again.
So yeah, a lot of people don't realize that it is changing, but in a lot of ways it's almost regressing, or we're going back to like kind of older times in a lot of ways.
Stop it.
I had to make sure it still worked.
Put it down.
Because we have this situation where, everyone is starting to feel the burn and the pressures of not working, not earning, not being productive members of society. Because believe it or not, humans do need some sort of purpose or goal. Otherwise, they just become lost and kind of wishy-washy.
Hey,
so,
TLO.
like right now, we're in like this sort of twilight where we all kind of have to figure out how we're going to proceed because, a lot of us don't really know. And I know personally, I know for a fact that a lot of people kind of have to change. Most of us have to change how we think about things, how we're going to plan our futures, especially if this is going to continue. So say we, start opening things up, and then we do have a second wave. Does that mean that they're going to lock everything down again, and then we have to go through this again? And does that mean also, is this going to be a repeating pattern for, the foreseeable future?
Right. Hey, TLO.
The virus will come back, and then all of a sudden we get locked down again, and we have to just not touch each other, and this and that. And I know it's driving a lot of people crazy. Yes, I see it.
Yeah, don't tell my mother.
I agree with you on that. People need to work. A lot of people cannot function without stability in their life and a set schedule. And I honestly believe that when everything opens back up, if there is a second wave, with this being election year, I don't think they're gonna lock everything down like they did.
That's the only reason Trump. And here's the thing. This is where it's going to get controversial. And we're going to get into politics. Since my show, we can talk about literally everything and anything.
Well, I didn't say that to get into politics. I'm just saying that I don't think that it's gonna.
Well,
that they're gonna shut everything down, because if everything is shut down, then no one can campaign, and they have to take into consideration that this is an election year. Someone has to get voted, and that
they're doing it all by mail.
The way, but you can't campaign through mail, and the
voting is going to go through mail.
They have to hit the states that counts the most, and Ohio is one of them.
Right.
Our economy is shit. In our economy, even before the coronavirus, our economy has been shit for years.
Right, and here's the thing, and this is my opinion, and viewers pop your opinion here, mom pop your opinion, TLO. I think the only reason that Trump has ordered governors to back off of the quarantine, since Trump is no longer with the fact of quarantining Americans, is because Trump has a feeling that he's not going to get reelected. And this is why I say this. Trump is being scrutinized by the American people. I voted for President Trump. It's better than voting for a baby killer or that killed thousands of people in Benghazi. Hold on, I'm not done. That bitch can rot somewhere.
But that is your opinion, and you can't put other people down for it. That is your opinion.
I'm
like a
my show. Shush.
You want to be down here for it?
I do, but don't correct me. Jesus. You're starting to sound like Scarlett.
But your opinion is just not your opinion. You can't put other people down for your opinion.
But here's the thing, though. A lot of us feel that way about Miss Clinton. Me and TL and Scarlett have talked about this. Scarlett has a Remember Benghazi button. My buddy Anthony has Remember Benghazi t-shirt. And he was in the store the other day. Yesterday, whatever. It's still Monday to me. I haven't been to bed yet. But here's the thing, though, is the fact is that he was in the store and he had a shirt on that said Remember Benghazi, and a survivor from there, and he went like, you really don't know what they did to us. You really don't know what happened over there. And this is the dude's wife, and he went like, we were under fire for hours before we got any sort of help. In TLO, me, you, and Scarlett have talked about this before on my show too. You know, right, and like Gail said, she defended a rapist and years later bragged about it on video, knowing the guy was guilty. So, like, here's my thing. Trump, it's really going to be...
Please lower your voice. I'm asking you. I'm to the point of begging you to please lower your voice.
It's really going to be a hard decision. It's really going to come down to the wire with Trump's reelection. Because he's under scrutiny by a lot of the press, by a lot of American people, and a lot of people are blaming him for this quarantine. Like the state of Ohio.
Well, people are even blaming him, trying to blame him for the virus.
Right, and like the state.
Which I didn't vote for him, and I think is a ridiculous perspective.
And like my state, the state your mom live in, we're not under quarantine anymore. Non-essential travel has got back up. Restaurants. What day is the 15th? Saturday?
Does it fucking look like I know?
You know what? I'm done asking you for help. Shush.
I'm reading something. Does it look like I even know what day it is?
TLO, can you see what day is Saturday?
No, the 15th is actually, I do believe Wednesday or Thursday. Because I think it's the 11th today, so.
You were way off.
Today, that doesn't make sense.
The 15th is Friday, dipshit.
Okay, I was one day off. Leave me alone.
Lower your God-forsaken voice.
I'm sorry. Wait. Nothing. I love you.
I will.
Please don't. Please don't. You bite hurt. I'm not going to go into reasons why.
The reason why is because I have false teeth and I can't feel.
If she bit me, that would be the day I punched my mom in the arm. Well, like, get off of me. But
I can't feel how hard I bite down.
But here's the thing. Is this election year is going to be so crooked, so hard.
No, it'll be a controversial election year, and it'll probably be ones that they talk about in history books for a long time. Because, we are dealing with what we're dealing with the virus, then we are dealing with all sorts of other crap, because there is other stuff that's happening in the world besides the virus. A lot of people sometimes forget that just because the virus is ongoing, they think nothing else is happening, or some sort of thought process along those lines.
Hold on,
go ahead.
I want to address a comment because this is weird. I have some dude's username on Twitch is the Twitch investigator, and they just asked me if this is the Joe Rogan podcast, and said I look like Joe Rogan.
That guy needs glasses.
There is no way.
Let's just be real, man. Whoever you are, if you're listening to this right now, Mr. Twitch detective or whatever, dude, you need to go back to school or some shit. Straight up. Let's just be real. There's no close approximation between Dwayne Lanham and fucking Joe Rogan.
Hold on.
That's comparing Big Bird to Bill Cosby or some shit.
Who did you say that you look like?
Joe Rogan, the dude that used to
Like,
do Fear
seriously.
Factor that me and Uncle Bob used to watch. I'm not a white, bald-headed guy.
You ain't built like him.
Not even. Yeah, not even. Oh,
No,
that
and
just, that
he said
that kills me.
he said
That kills me.
and then he just asked me, am I on the phone with Elon Musk? Dude, are you on meth or crack or
Dwayne Dog.
Yeah, right. Like, seriously though.
no, this is
Like,
Freedom
do
Revolution.
I seriously sound like a self-absorbed Pringle like Elon Musk? Like, let this be real. Like, seriously. Like, no bullshit. Like, come on.
Dwayne, I love you, but you look nothing like this guy.
No, that's what the viewer said.
You were.
Do I look like a self-absorbed Pringle like Elon Musk? Oh.
Ay.
Action has donated $30 to the Joe Rogan podcast. What is up with you and Joe Rogan?
Yeah, that's just ridiculous.
Can I punch? He's asking me if I can flex. He's asking me if I can punch hard.
Is that Joe Rogan right there?
Yeah.
The black guy?
No, the white guy. No, hold on. I'll show you a picture of Joe Rogan.
No, I see him.
No, I don't think that's him. Hold on. I'll Google Joe Rogan. Hold on.
I just did.
And I'm gonna. Yeah, let me see him. Okay, you know what? Hold on.
What are you talking about?
I'm gonna Google a picture of Joe Rogan and put it on the Freedom Revolution Network screen.
Yeah, right.
There is no
Do
way
it side by side.
this cracker in me. Okay, don't look. Nothing alike. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen.
No.
And I want the viewers' opinion. Do I look like that motherfucker?
Dwayne,
Do I look like him?
you're.
Am I bald? Do I have a tattoo on my arm?
Yeah, look at that. I mean, seriously, people.
And you do not look like you were born in 67 because his birthday is August 11th, 1967.
And his net worth is almost $1 million. I'm not even worth a penny. Can we just be real here? Like, hold on.
Right? And for me, do you see me with some weird corpse bride that just popped out a kid?
Like, and I want to entertain this real quick. Joe Rogan's net worth is roughly $25 million.
I would be the most spoiled mama on the face.
And I believe that's probably even under. I believe that's probably under with so much money that's going through the MMA and the UFC. Like, are you kidding?
Oh my God. He went like, can you full screen it, please? He would, and he said again, you just look like Joe Rogan. It's weird. No, let me break this down to you. I am a 22. I am a 22-year-old male. Have full brown hair, brown eyes, a chubby face, and a big old stomach. Do I look like I have a 6-pack of abs? God, if you put me and Joe Rogan side to side, I'm going to look like Fat Albert compared to him. If you put TLO, I bet you could beat Joe. I would get my ass turned into freaking apple juice.
Yeah, he said apple juice.
No, like literally, look at this.
Oh no, he put on some muscle because he used to not look like that at all.
He's one of the richest comedians.
Who, Joe Rogan?
Because he was on a television show, news radio, freaking hilarious.
Like,
But
I want to
like,
entertain this.
He joined the UFC and started doing that, and so he started getting jacked up so he could kind of fit in with the crowd.
Hey, Twitch investigator, I have a question. Do I look like this? This is a side by side representation of me and Joe Rogan. Look at the comment. Look at the huge side. Yes.
And not only that, your mama ain't that fucking old. I wasn't even born in 1967.
My mom was 41 years old.
You never give a female's age out.
Ow. He went like house tour. You want to see my house?
No. That's my house.
Are you out your god flipping banana mind? Dude, this dude probably has a brain the size of his own penis.
Well, you go get me another cup, please.
Does your mom think Joe Rogan is hot? Oh my.
No.
I'm having another one myself.
Nope.
I'm almost done. You might have to get a cup of tea, don't you?
Oh my god, this dude is blinder than that.
He ain't bad looking,
Here you go.
but this might.
Hold on, because this dude has me rolling. He went like, she would think you're hot, and that'd be weird. Oh my god. The comments are just getting better and better.
I think my son is handsome.
They must be out in Colorado.
Nah, they must be in West Virginia where incest is.
No, they on something, because
Dude, he has to be on like crack or meth or weed, a little bit of dabs, something to get.
no, I'd say a lot of acid or mushrooms.
Oh, okay. I'm really gonna have to call Scarlett because he's getting so bad right now. TLO.
He's not.
Yeah.
He's not that bad looking.
I'm gonna call Scarlett.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and do that?
Yeah, I'm gonna call Scarlett because I think she's awake. I just seen her active, and see, or I'm gonna wake Mel up and see if they can't go take care of this.
He's too short.
No, he is a short fellow.
He just asked if my mom is my. Okay, yeah. TLO, I'm muting myself. No, I can't mute myself because you can't talk then.
Go ahead.
Or I'm about to wake Mel up in the middle of the night and go like, can you go on Twitch? Oh my god. I'm gonna have to wake Mel up. Is Scarlett my girlfriend? No.
Scarlett hasn't been on for an hour.
I'm about to wake her and Mel up.
Can Red do anything?
No. I mean, I might call Red just to get some advice on how to. TL, I'm gonna step away. You talk for a minute.
Go for it. And so, anybody have anything they'd like to ask Mr. TLO while Dwayne is busy tying up some loose ends?
Yeah, some loose ends that need dealt with like now.
as I look, and yes, definitely take care, Gail. Don't let the sheeple get you down.
I'm not going to get on Dwayne's camera.
Drink anything from a red Solo cup, especially Kool-Aid.
I don't drink Kool-Aid.
But
they need some glasses or something.
One of the things I have come across of late with folks out there and folks that I've talked to on the street, and as I work in a residence condominium tower downtown Minneapolis, I get to talk to a lot of the residents there too. And a lot of the feeling is the same. And that's why it's hard for me to believe or trust anything that a lot of the news cycles keep repeating. Because
I've got another
like
TLO. Hold on a minute. Are you a moderator on YouTube?
On YouTube, yes.
Can you do something about Martin S? Because I am not going through this again.
Oh, is that the guy?
Yeah, now Martin's on it now. Is on it now. I am not dealing with this. I am not getting on my phone until I can get a hold of one of these two. I am not going through this situation again. It's going to stress me the hell out. Put him in a timeout on YouTube.
It's good.
Yeah. I'm not going. Guys, I love each and every one of you. But from now on out, if I get asked if I look like Joe Rogan one more time, you go on 2 timeouts. And if it happens again, you will be blocked by TLO or Bonnie or Pam. Twitch investigator. All right. Look, brother.
Lower your voice.
Look, brother. You're not about to sit here and disrespect me. You are not about to disrespect me on my show. If I have to wake up my show manager or my show owner, you will be blocked. I am going to advise you to please stop. Call me a bunch of punks. What a bunch of ooks are punks. I am not going to let you disrespect me, my co-host, or especially my mother for that point, because my mother is on here. You need to knock it off.
Just people with too much free time.
It's disrespectful. It's
I know, but
rude.
I'm asking you to watch your tone in your voice, please.
Sorry.
Just because they being disrespectful doesn't mean that you have to be.
No, but this is how Alicia taught me
I know.
to raise my voice a little bit and to get their attention.
You've got people in this house sleeping.
Oh, he said that Martin guy. I called him a punk, not you. Then I owe you an apology. But even still, the viewers, you gotta be respectful, my man. I know that they can be irritable. They can be disrespectful. But I don't want to have to put you in a timeout on Twitch either.
I can say y'all can be assholes.
My mom can say it because I can't do nothing about her. She's 41 years old. She's grown, and she's an independent white woman who needs no man. Or to Patrick, he's my independent white black mama that needs no man.
I am not a he.
I said, as Patrick would say, he would say that she is an independent white black woman that needs no man. I thought it wasn't. All I did was see you look like Joe Rogan. I mean, no, I wasn't mad at you, but I wasn't going through it.
And you know what? You're throwing my age out there an awful lot. And my age ain't got shit to do with nothing because I will whoop your ass.
But you're still old.
I will still whoop your ass.
Can you hand me my gummies?
No, I need them.
You are not eating all my gummies. I bought them for me. I barely had any.
And I bought my pop for me.
You bought the pop for us.
No, you're not. I dropped Sandy Dwayne. Would you get us a 12 pack?
But But
I
no,
said, well, you go get me. I won.
TLO, thank you for taking care of that, man. Twitch investigator,
Yeah.
you're good. But
And I'm taking this back to another note.
I was getting ready to say something.
Tough.
My show.
When you guys are talking about Trump and the presidency and everything else, if Trump brings back jobs and the steel mills and stuff like he said he was going to for Ohio, go get it. Go get the votes, because I was just looking up the states that you pretty much get your swing votes for, and a lot of some of the states, and Ohio is number one on the economy and jobs, and he follows through and starts bringing.
I got asked if I can dad. So I dad.
He starts bringing jobs back and stop. You're gonna make me sick.
I got asked a question, and I had to do it because if you were asked.
The steel mills and stuff. He'll get it.
We have a major steel mill here in Stark County alone.
We have two of them, but
But one of them that runs more lengthwise, like mile wise, I looked it up today, is Timpton Steel runs 5.5 miles long.
Here's the thing about Timpton Steel. All their computers, everything in that building is ran from Australia.
Uh-huh.
If he starts bringing our jobs back from overseas, like he said he was going to since this coronavirus has started, if he starts bringing our jobs back, because Ohio got hit hard with that, if he brings our jobs back, he will get reelected.
He will, because Ohio, and I've seen this, through Obama's presidency when
Obama hurt Ohio bad.
when we were all at Nana's and the election was going on, and Sis had to do like what state got marked off, like what president won each state during the election, like the day of the election. You remember what day I'm talking about, right?
Dwayne, I just had a seizure, and you want me to remember anything?
Hold on, I'm gonna mute you guys for a minute. But like I was saying, one of my sisters had to do a vote, and I've always seen that the state of Ohio has always been the biggest swing vote for a presidency. Because with a lot of elections,
it's more than Ohio.
Hold on. TLO, can you take over the show?
Yeah.
Because I'm going to go wake one of these two up.
You got it.
One of these two are getting looking up. I don't care how many times I have to call them. Because I'm tired of this dude.
But as I was saying before, a lot of people out there are feeling the need for some sort of aspect of normalcy. The media, I've noticed, keeps trying to construe what the feelings of the public are, and that's why you have a lot of these protests, why you have a lot of people going to state capitol buildings and making themselves known and making their opinions known, because a lot of what comes out in the actual news is just, it's so far from the truth and so freaking removed from reality. It blows my mind some days. Because I was just watching something and they were saying that, I don't know if it was like John Hopkins or Harvard,
but one of them had said they did a poll of people and how they feel about reopening the country, and that it keeps coming out at 70% or something that says that they want to keep the country closed and want to keep shelter at home in place. But every day that I'm out there, every day that I'm talking to folks, every day that I'm talking to normal people, and, well, let's face it, probably some that might not be so normal, they all say the same thing, that they're pretty much over it, that, it will be what it will be. We keep talking about, well, even the media has actually stopped kind of talking about flattening curves and this and that, because all of that was fanciful thinking, to be honest. It was trying to give people this false hope, just along the lines of how they keep saying that, for some reason we'll actually have a vaccine soon, or relatively soon, which we know through history that, there's never been a point in our history that we've been able to turn around and create a vaccine for a virus in such a short period of time. And I look at it as, if they really did want to make this virus or make this thing go away, why haven't the governments of the world all gotten together and actually tried to fight and figure the virus out? Most of them seem just interested. Most governments seem interested at a lot of the bullshit finger pointing, a lot of the misdirection, we could say, because they keep talking about things that aren't relative to what's going on, and saying that that's the reason, or that's one of the reasons why they continue to do what they do. But it's I don't know, it's from what I feel from the public, from who I've talked to, I don't sense that much fear and hesitation. I know a lot of the mainstream media will also put out there that if said places were to open, that a lot of them, people wouldn't show up, which we had an instance just today that happened this weekend. They tried to kind of keep it under wraps for a while just because, but I do believe a ice cream store or ice creamery out in Colorado went against the shelter at home, and they opened up, and they had one of the busiest days that they have ever had on record, and they've been open for 10, 15 years. They even had a sign on the door going as far as to notify people, hey, if you are one of those people out there that are fearful and frightened of other people and feel that you need to have this 6 feet space around you at any given time, don't come in. They literally said, do not come into our store, because they weren't dealing with that. They weren't traveling down that rabbit hole. And there'll probably be 1 or 2 people that may be sick from it. It is possible. But that also goes along the lines of the fact that any of the numbers that we have been shown has said that up to 70 to 80% of the population needs to catch the virus to build up immunity. And that's whether it's, whether they pull out a vaccine or whatnot, or whether it is through herd immunity. That is the only way that we would be able to go back to something close to a normal world to live in.
I don't know if they're going to be able to even come up with a virus, because a vaccine, Because just like look at your polio vaccine and your MMR, look at all the research and studies that had to be done just to come up with a vaccine for that, and millions of people died before they could even come up with that. And even though, our technology is far more way advanced than what it was 100 years ago, 200 years ago, everyone's autopsy, for them to even experiment or to see what kind of a virus this actually is, to have a vaccine for it, people's autopsies are going to have to come back the same. But they're saying so far, like now, there's different signs of the coronavirus than what there was 3 months ago. So if they're saying one day that if you have a fever or a dry cough or this or that, then you need to get tested. And then the next day they say that if you have a rash or if you have this, everything is changing.
Right. And like
so how are you expected to come up with a vaccine when it changes every other day? And then on the other side of things, here's where religion comes into play out in people's beliefs, is that there's more people now than ever before that don't believe in vaccines, to the point that a lot of schools are letting kids go to school that are not vaccinated because it falls under a belief system, and that is discrimination. And some doctors now are saying that vaccines, period, are not good, because what you're doing is injecting that virus into you.
Right.
And so even if they can come up with a vaccine, which I don't believe that they will, or anytime soon, the government can't force anybody to take it, to get it, because that goes against our rights. And as far as this quarantine and lockdown and whatever, maybe that was fine at first and what everyone needed, but America being quarantined hasn't stopped people from dying from it.
No, and
it hasn't stopped people from getting it.
Right. And like the one girl in Canada, they did their human test trials, over there, and one girl signed up for it, to do the test. She died 78 hours later from the vaccination. How are we going to put out a vaccine like this when it proved in Canada that it killed somebody? Because what we're doing is we're putting the upper respiratory infection into a vaccine.
Yeah.
That's like SARS. But it's like 10 times worse than SARS, because with SARS it didn't fill up the whole lungs like the coronavirus is doing. It left that glass it has words something to do with it.
Different than your any other vaccinations. I can go get your shot records, and you will see your MMR and your polio and your this and your that, and every vaccine that you've gotten is they inject you with it.
How
But
do you spell paramedic? Is it PARME?
you're asking me.
TLO is paramedic, PARMEDIC.
Yes.
But I'm not gonna mention his name, and neither are you. Look at your one of your mentors, little boys, years ago. When he got his vaccines, there was a recall on that vaccine, and his little boy started having seizures.
Literally? They don't care if I use their
I
names.
do, but you know, they've changed vaccines so much over the years that about 9 years ago, there was recalls on them, and kids were dying, and someone that worked with our family, his little boy started having seizures because of vaccines.
Right. And that's the thing, and I'm not saying this to be mean, but learning about vaccines now, I'm pretty pissed off I was vaccinated as a kid. Knowing what was put in them, and this is why I'm not saying it's nothing against you being a parent, because as a kid, none of us knew what were in these vaccines until you started talking to Scarlett or I started talking to Scarlett. But now knowing that the asthma, the seizures, and everything can be from the cause of a vaccine injury, pretty much pisses me off on the inside.
But you know what? You also have to look at the flip side of things, that asthma and seizures and everything else run in our family. And vaccinations today are not like they were 22 years ago when you got vaccinated. Because when you got vaccinated, we didn't hear of vaccinations being recalled, and the only major side effects from vaccinations back then was maybe a small fever or your injection site getting red, or maybe a little bit of a rash. Vaccines are not like it was still putting the virus in you, but you didn't hear back then, at least back then, you didn't hear all the complications.
Hold on. Because I'm going to say this one more time. Dude, you are really crossing the line.
Lower your voice.
When I talk to Scarlett or Mel in the morning, you're going to be blocked. You are not going to sit here on my show and call me obese. I am done. Please leave my show right now, or I am going to call Scarlett or call Mel, and I will have you permanently blocked.
You're not obese.
No, I'm sitting here almost in fucking tears.
I know, but you have to look at it this way. Look at it this way. Look at me. Look at your mother.
I'm shutting my camera off for a minute, guys.
You're not obese. I am 15 pounds overweight. 15. Do I look obese?
No,
Would you shut up and look at me? Do I look obese?
No.
The BMI charts have me in extreme obesity. But am I obese? Are you?
But that just brings up a lot of bad memories.
It does, and I know that. But you know what? You give people way too much control over your emotions.
No, I gotta put my foot down when it comes to this. I can't let people walk all over me.
I know, but you are giving people way too much control over your emotions, and they know it.
Dude, you apologized 4 separate times. Four.
He needs to go. You just need to get off this page.
Like, TLO, like, I'm done addressing this. Can you address it before I...
You're not gonna stop your sister that's her sleeping.
Well, I only have control over.
No, like, you tell him to leave or something, because he's not... He's trying to switch it now and say, I mean a beast, but he spelled a beast.
And don't let him get to you, though. That's what your mom's trying to say. Don't let him get to you.
And he's just gonna keep going. Ignore him. Address it to Scarlett in the morning. Ignore him. Let him say whatever he's saying. Scarlett will go back in and read all the comments.
I have to... Twitch doesn't save comments. I gotta take pictures and everything.
Then take the pictures that you need. Show Scarlett. Let dude run his mouth. We all know he ain't nothing but a cocksucker anyway. He's a... he is a... what do they call it?
Troll.
A keyboard tough guy or...
Keyboard warrior.
A troll.
Troll. That too.
That's
This
all
guy
he is.
sounds
A
like-
troll.
Asshole is good. Cocksucker's good.
As a homosexual male, that hurt my feelings.
People who just have too much free time
No.
and don't have very much
Don't.
self-esteem, and the only way that they can find some sort of validity in their life is to try and tear others down. And yes, there is that mentality with the being a keyboard warrior, I believe is what the term you're looking for.
Yes.
Being tough only on a keyboard and not in real life. Because these people would never dare say any of these things in real life to your face.
Hell no.
You know what? I'm doing something because I have power. You know what? This is how I'm going to deal with this. Hold on. TLO, you're about to see what I'm going to do.
And Dwayne, the more you entertain something, the more it's fueling his fire. He thinks you're obese. Tom, thank you very much because you look good. You're handsome.
Oh no.
And
Kenzie's watching.
And I'm not saying that.
Hold on.
just because-
Kenzie's watching. And she just saw me break down. And she wants to get on here.
No. No. Honey, if you can hear me, no girlfriend's allowed right now. Mama's got it. What the hell did you just do?
Telling her to behave. Scarlett approved this one. I'm sorry.
As long as she doesn't start anything for you.
She won't, because there's no complaint form. And she's in a really bad mood already. And her being on here with me will make it a little bit better.
As long as she don't go and... I'm only saying the stuff that I'm saying because I know I can.
Oh, so can she.
And I'm not a tough...
Can we... Okay, hold on.
I'm not a...
Dude, I have asked you to leave 7 times.
Ignore him. You can't make him go away.
I can't ignore him when his name pops up at the bottom.
Ignore him.
Kenzie is on the way to my show.
Ignore him. And she's going to make it worse, too, if she runs her mouth. Ignore him. Listen, look at me.
Hold on, she's texting me. Just. I'm working on the ignoring part. Okay, we're going back.
He can't entertain anybody if he doesn't have an audience and you're giving him...
We're going back to the show.
Right.
We're going back to the show.
I totally agree with your mom.
I'm smoking another cigarette, even though I just smoked one.
people like him are looking for an audience, and if you don't give them one, they have nothing to show off.
They usually get bored and go away.
So, Taylor, what do you think is going to happen when America fully opens back up?
Well, I believe there will be more cases, but we've already found that, especially take an example of my state, Minnesota, we've had the shelter at home order since, I believe, the 15th of March.
Mm-hmm.
And we are still experiencing a significant rise in cases. We don't have that many deaths so far, comparatively speaking. Say to our neighbors to the east, Wisconsin, they have a lot more in both categories of people who have tested positive and people who have died.
Right.
And they've actually been way more extreme with their shelter in place. So the science is showing that, yes, the shelter in place does help. I wouldn't, prolong isn't really the right wording for it. I would say it puts it off a little bit further. Because they just said today that, like, they're still expecting up to 25,000. And I will repeat that, up to 25,000 people dying by August in Minnesota. Right now, our death count is, I believe, at 547-ish, I think.
Well,
So you're telling me that in the next month or so, we're going to have over 20,000 people die?
And
How can they estimate that? I mean,
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
The one beside me, I'm not bending over.
how can you estimate that? What?
That fact right there.
How can they estimate that? And not only that, we're hearing, the death toll goes up and then the death toll goes down because there's been so many false cases of it. And the thing of it is, the United States might be opening back up, but everything's been canceled. Like everything in Stark County, almost everything in Ohio has been canceled. The 4th of July is canceled. The car shows are canceled. Concerts are canceled. Lock 3 in Akron, which does tribute bands on the weekends and different stuff through the week in the summer, that's canceled. All of it's canceled. Founders Day weekend, which is held in Akron, and people from all over the country go there. I've met so many people from different parts of the world. That's been canceled. Fairs in August, at the end of August, the beginning of September, fairs don't even know if they're going to be opening back up. We're talking about canceling football. So states are opening up, but there's nothing to do.
Well, that just kind of plays into their scenario, what they're trying to set up. And that, I mean, with them saying, like, even with them coming up with those numbers, I've noticed that they've come up with some vastly inflated numbers compared to what actually is transpiring.
Right. And as a paramedic, someone that's in the medical field, they're saying that this is going to topple, the deaths like like the flu or what they're saying is now AIDS.
But not even this many
Well,
people died of AIDS.
Right now, you this many people. There's napkins right under you, over here on the left. I stored napkins under there. Don't be mad at me for that.
Jesus Christ.
I cough up a lot of mucus at night.
Ew, I did not need to know.
Like I said, with possibly having COVID before, it's bad. My lungs are bad. You know, please tell me that wasn't one of my things. I think that was Logan's. But you know, like as a paramedic, with the way that they say that the way that the lungs fill up, you know, me and my mom were watching a show called The Good Doctor, and we basically seen, you know, because like I told my mom, this was the episode that COVID-19 came in, you know, and then it just randomly disappeared within 2 episodes, which I thought was weird.
Yeah, that was done last year, wasn't it?
Last year or earlier, yeah, but
that episode, and
Yeah.
that was air. That was
But remember, the girl said that she doesn't think it's airborne. The one resident said that she doesn't think it's airborne. She thinks that it's done through droplets, which is what they're saying COVID-19 is.
Oh yeah, the one guy that got it because he got thrown up on.
Right, and you know, so here's the thing, is that me and my mom saw, you know, the way they treated it, was by ECMO, you know, which is where they cut into, where they cut a hole in your stomach and run blood from your, you know, to your stomach to your lungs to force shit up into your lungs, because you were seeing oxygen rates drop, you were seeing blood pressure rates drop tremendously.
But this goes back to what I said earlier. Everything.
Well, I wasn't done.
Everything about the coronavirus, from when it first came out in February, March, or whatever the hell it came out. Look how many times the symptoms have changed.
Yeah, and look how many times that changed. The rash was there. The cough was there, the dry cough, the oxygen rates, people being intubated. Look at all of that just playing right into it. You know, so like me and TLO were talking about this. You can treat older people. You can treat older people with ECMO and intubate us younger guys, because us younger people have a more chance of walking out of an intubation than an older person does. You intubate an older person, you're risking collapsing the lungs, tearing the trachea, tearing through the throat wall.
I know, I can't even be intubated because of my looks.
But younger people can be intubated and recover from it more quickly than an older person.
I don't know. I don't know if I told you this. I know I told your sister. But last Monday when I had my seizure and was in the hospital, I was by the nurse's station so I could hear the doctor like when he was talking to other people, because you walked out my door and then there was kind of like a wall.
Right. I know how Altman's nurse's station, yeah.
I couldn't see the nurse. There was that wall there.
Right.
But I was at the nurse's station. I was on 5.
So you were on this side. Like, did you have the double glass doors?
Yeah.
Then you were on this side.
Yeah.
Of the left side of the wall.
They had my door open and I could hear the doctor talking. And I don't know what was going on, but he was saying that last Monday, and you got to figure, I was in the emergency room by 10 o'clock. So it was 10 in the morning.
Right.
And I got discharged around noon, I think. But I heard him telling another nurse or doctor, or whoever he was talking to, that they had done more testing for the coronavirus that day than what they have since it all started in March.
Yeah, you told me
Did I
that.
tell you
Yeah,
that?
you told me that. And like,
And there were so many people. I got to,
can I get your pop real quick? Or
I
do I get my own?
go get your own. Or you can have this one. Give me one because I spilled that one. But there were so many people. Now that was the second time I was in the emergency room.
I'm moving this out of here since there's nothing in it and it can't waste.
That had blue papers or yellow papers or whatever papers on their doors, but there were so many people that were coming in sick that they had quarantined.
Yeah.
I don't know what the results were, but I know that Altman was busy with testing a lot of people.
The day I went to Stat Care, because when he told me to go to Stat Care, I was having trouble breathing. When they tested me for COVID-19, they didn't test me through here because Stat Care saw that when anything goes up my nose, I have a history of severely.
Well, not only that, Trump said he didn't want people tested like that anymore because that's the way he got tested, and he said that he didn't want Americans going through that because it hurt like hell.
And plus, I have a history of getting bloody noses like that. Well, they tested me through my blood, and mine came back like a couple days later. Hey, I'm negative for COVID-19.
It's snowing in May. The Ohio weather has always been crazy.
But not this crazy.
You have to figure too, people have sinuses. Just because someone's sneezing or coughing doesn't mean that they are sick either.
Right.
Like,
Correct.
I'm on a sinus medicine, a prescribed sinus medicine. I have allergies. Just because I might start sneezing and coughing doesn't mean that, like, oh my God, she's sick.
Right,
and now we have people who are out there and attacking people for these very things, like people just out just trying to shop and whatnot, and just like you said, they might have like an allergy or something might be just tickling their throat and they cough, and like people are like attacking these people because of all the fear that's been driven and been put out there in the media and the news, and so like people have become fearful of each other.
I didn't open it up because I'm not one to watch the news. It's sad and depressing and it pisses me off. But a friend of mine posted an article the other day, and I probably should have read it because I have no idea where it's at. But some person blasted another person in the face because they were walking too close. One of them was going into the store, one of them was going out of the store, and apparently I don't remember which one was doing which, but got too close and got blasted in the face for it.
Exactly.
But I do agree with the 6 foot rule. Here's my thing with the 6 foot rule. I only agree with that because when I am standing in line at a cash register, standing in line, I cannot stand the people that get up right behind you that you can feel them breathing on you.
Right, like I walk in.
That is, you're in my bubble.
Right, like I walked into to Speedway today because I couldn't do my Newport Reds. They were hurting, so I had to go back, and get a pack of Smooths. and I had my mask on. And now we all know I smoke, but how much y'all see me smoke when I'm on air, times that by 2 when I'm playing Call of Duty. Well, I was hacking up a lung because I just got done smoking a cigarette before I put my mask on. Because the Speedway and Tusk requires you, they don't require it, but they would like you to put a mask on because that Speedway is so packed. And I started hacking up a lung, like inside my mask, like to where I had to like take my mask off and come in under my shirt and hack up a lung. Well, everybody like just started like dropped what they were doing and stared at me because I was having an asthma attack. Like I collapsed and like thank God Eddie was with me because I went straight down. Like I was having issues breathing. And he had to administer his inhaler, which is the same type that I use, just a smaller thing.
Come to think about it, I don't know if they did here at the hospital because I don't remember much of last Monday. But no one put a mask on me.
Yeah, you told me that.
I didn't have a mask on. The doctor didn't have a mask on either. I mean, they came in like they always do, and because I've been in the emergency room 1,000,001 times, and that's not exaggerating for people that think that I am. I'm not. They come in, they prowl their hands, they put gloves on. I think the only one that had a mask on, they all had gloves on. They all put gloves on as soon as they came in the room. They took their gloves off and prowled their hands again before they left the room. But the only one that my nurse had a mask on when she first came in my room. She actually changed, there was a trash can on the outside of my door. She took her mask off on the outside of the door and then put on another one when she came in my room. But the only one that really had a mask on when I was in there was the person that drew my blood.
I
don't even know if the paramedics did the paramedics. Well, I don't remember much about the paramedics.
The one douchebag, then the one that I told you that I was ready to beat the hell out of, that told me to get the fuck out your bedroom.
Like I remember.
No, he told me the one tall guy had an N95 mask on. One of the guys that was like taller than me had like an N95 on.
Dwayne.
No,
I love you dearly, but if I don't remember them having a mask on, how the hell am I supposed to remember which one was the taller one?
You just asked me. I'm just explaining. I'm saying a guy that was taller than me. This is how I remember them. One of the guys that were taller than me had an N95 mask on. Another guy had like a regular surgical mask, like just covering his face. And then, like I said, the one douchebag that you said you didn't like and I didn't like.
But
I was ready to beat the hell out of.
They had me. The only thing different about this time is that they always had me by the nurse's station because of my seizures and the severity of them. But this is really the only time that they kept my door closed. And the reason that they didn't have it closed, like when I could hear the doctor talking and doing his notes and everything, is because the nurse was coming back in with my discharge papers. She just had to step out to get my papers and to get the equipment that she needed to take my IV out and all my they had me hooked up to an EKG and an EEG, and she had to unhook all of that.
Right, and my fiance is watching again, just on a different site. Um, you know, I always wear the masks that her and her mom made me.
I can't. They're too thick.
I know I've been wearing yours when I can leave. Um, like I was saying, I was hacking. Like I couldn't.
I didn't tell you can wear it.
I wore it once because I couldn't find mine too. You told me to wear it the one day because I told you I couldn't find mine. And I didn't want to go down to Emirates without a mask because everywhere I walk into, I have a mask on.
You're an asshole.
You told me to,
I don't remember, so it doesn't count.
but like I was hacking up. Like I was coughing so bad, like my asthma.
Okay, we got that part.
She just said that isn't the right size for you. I know. I'm sorry, but I needed a mask. And everyone just like stood away from me. And like the one dude went and like, I'm gonna call the paramedics. He has the coronavirus. And Eddie had to go like, motherfucker, he has asthma. I'm getting ready to administer an inhaler. Thank God there was a nurse there, like that could get to me. And she went like, if you have asthma, why are you wearing a mask? She said that makes your breathing so much harder. She went like, you're not supposed to wear a mask if you have asthma, COPD.
Lower your godforsaken voice.
She said that you're not that. She said that if you have asthma, COPD, emphysema, only partial lung.
And this is why, and this is what they said at the hospital. And I heard this from the doctor, and it's not an article or anything. Because when we breathe out carbon monoxide, or however you say that.
Carbon dioxide.
But it's not a bad carbon dioxide. It's not a contagious carbon dioxide. And when we have a mask on, the mask catches all of that. And that's when it becomes bad, because we start inhaling it. And it becomes toxic to us. It becomes toxic for us. But the people that don't have it, that doesn't have no lung problems or anything, the people that are wearing a mask 8 to 12 hours a day while they're at work, they are ending up with pneumonia. They are ending up with bronchitis. They are ending up with everything because they're breathing in the bacteria that their mask is catching from breathing.
Or also, when you breathe out carbon dioxide, and then you breathe back in, when you breathe back in the carbon dioxide, take it like this. If a swimmer goes up too fast, like up out of the water, like if he's at a very deep level, and that carbon dioxide enters down into your lungs.
It's an air pocket.
It,
Swimmers.
Yep. So, and what happens is your blood starts to boil. Like, boil. Not like because it's hot, but there's nowhere for it to go because that air pocket happens. Yes, baby, we can go to bed at 4. The carbon dioxide will boil in your lungs. Now, it happens with us when we breathe in carbon dioxide so much, we are poisoning our body.
Dude, when all this is over, we're finding you an ENT and going and getting your ears flushed.
Huh?
So when all this shit's over, we're going and finding you an ENT and getting your ears flushed.
I'm gonna go tomorrow. There's an ENT open. I'll call and make an appointment. But I can flush my ears here at home. Yeah, you can flush your ears at home. You didn't know that?
No, I'm talking about when, like we did when you were a kid, like have them flushed out
Oh, okay. But so when we as breathing like that, our blood boils and the air pocket doesn't form, but it gets caught. Like say right here.
Not only that, our lungs expand when we breathe out, when we exhale. And breathing all that in stops our lungs from
Getting blood.
expanding.
So, and then what COVID-19 does already, TLO, are you still awake?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, cool.
I had to
What,
go grab my charger.
no, what COVID-19 does, it starts here at the top and it builds what they call glass pockets at the edges of your lungs. Like it circles your lungs
But see,
and
that's
then fills up
but
like
see, that's the thing. At the beginning of all this, they said that it starts from the top of your lungs. Now, after so many people have died from it, and out of so many autopsies, they're not sure now what part of the lungs that it triggers first. And if you have weak lungs, it's going to target the weaker parts of your lungs. And it doesn't matter if the United States is on lockdown or full functioning, we're still going to have people dying from it because quarantine is not stopping the numbers.
right.
No, it's not.
The 6-foot distance is not stopping numbers. Masks are not stopping numbers.
The masks aren't made to prevent us from getting COVID-19.
Right.
It is to prevent other people that are healthy, that have healthy lungs, like me and you both know. Our lungs are damn near fucking shot. Mine are shot because I have asthma and I'm a smoker. Yours is because you have what, COPD and emphysema? Technically, I should be on nebulizer treatment,
So should I.
and I haven't gone to Altman to get my nebulizer treatment in over a year because it doesn't fucking help. It just makes me feel even more worse because I hack up everything in my lungs, and then 2 hours later, the fluid's back in my lungs. Then
You look like a drama queen.
yours, you only have one lung, or a lung and a half.
I have both of my lungs, thank you.
No, if you would have let me finish, you have one to one and a half that actually work. That's what you told me when you were in the hospital after your shoulder surgery.
Well, both of my lungs work, just the bottom parts of them don't.
Where I said to one and a half.
No, they're both still there.
So,
They're still functioning.
but
My X-ray came back good, so
so if I would get COVID-19,
but you have to figure, even if I didn't have COPD and or emphysema, when they found out that I had all of that, when I had my surgery, listen to me. When I had, I'm gonna throw this at you.
it's not you, it's Kenzie. Oh my god!
When I had when the pulmonologist came in, by looking at my lungs, just by looking at my lungs, he could tell you how many seizures I've had up until that date, and he could tell you how many surgeries that I had that I needed a blocker. Because when you have it, your seizures leave scars on your lungs.
Uh-huh.
And all the stomach surgeries that I've had to where they've had to use a nerve blocker leaves scars on my lungs. So Even if it wasn't for the, even if I didn't have the COPD and stuff, I still wouldn't be, like, you know.
This dude's about to get it because now he's going at Kenzie. He's going at Kenzie. That's really gonna piss me off.
Dwayne, stop it. Ignore him.
Ooh,
When someone is in, you should have never announced that she was your girlfriend. You should have never announced it. They.
he didn't know. Okay, she just said she got it. I'm okay. Back to the show. Sorry, I'm just, my nerves are just. This guy knows how to get under my skin.
Because you're letting him.
Woo, but so like my.
TLO, will you back me up on this? Because he's not listening to me.
I'm okay.
What's he not listening about?
Because this guy is, whoever this douchebag is saying something about
Forget him.
Mackenzie, and I told Dwayne that he's just trying to get at him, because calling Dwayne names didn't do nothing. Coming after me didn't do anything, so now he's trying to go after his girlfriend and just telling him not to. Just he was like, this dude's getting under my skin, on my nerves. I'm like, because you're letting him.
Correct. People only get under your skin if you let them.
Woosah.
Woosah.
I don't know. I know one thing. I don't know where you stand with this TLO, but I know one thing. I'm so done with it all. I'm tired of hearing about it. I'm tired of predictions. I'm tired of not being able to work. I'm tired of being stuck in my house. I'm tired.
Well, I gotta read this comment out loud that Kenzie said, because this is funny shit. She said, at Twitch investigator, would you shut your damn fucking baby face ass up? He is my fiance. You are being a shit. See, I think, and this is me, because I'm gonna be my mother here for a minute. If you're gonna be a cocksucking little twit and be a keyboard warrior and talk behind a keyboard, but not say it to anybody's face, I'm sorry, but that's the biggest pussy move you can ever do. Because trust me, my mom's encountered a lot of keyboard warriors. So have I. Just wait till I have the ability to block on Twitch.
But here's the thing, though. I can back my shit up. Because trust and believe, if I tell you I'm going to whoop your ass, guess what? I'm going to whoop your ass. You might beat mine, but you're going to know that I was there.
That's so true. That is so true.
Yeah, you would know.
I would know really, really well. You know, and like with COVID-19, you know, people are being more of an asshole just due to the fact that they ain't got nothing else better to do.
Correct.
You know, like me and TLO were talking last night.
Well, with them closing everything, even with the stores and stuff opening back up, with them canceling everything, what's there in any city for any child to do?
Right, and
Hold on.
Well, hold on.
And parents are not working. So
I'm calling Scarlett. Hold on, because now she can take care of this. You talk.
With parents not working, the things that kids can do that'll cost money, parents can't pay for. So guess what? That means the violence over this summer, just with kids, not talking about adults, just with kids, is going to go through the roof.
Hey, you have access to the Twitch?
Because they're not going to have anything to do.
Go correct this one, because I've asked him to leave.
Yeah, there is that.
we always worry about kids not having anything to do during the summer, and that's exactly what we're facing. And we're facing that fact on top of all of this.
Right.
And so, yeah, it's just going to exacerbate it. And we are going to see a lot more, kids acting out.
Yeah, and even the things like around here that kids have that they could do is like, we have Paul's.
Give me a minute.
We have Sky Zone, we have Paul's Gamer Zone, and everything, but all of that stuff costs money. And with parents not being able to work, no one's going to be able to afford it.
Well, I've right-clicked and it's not letting me do anything.
Right.
Because it's going to be a rush to pay bills and get caught up on everything. And then you have.
Oh yeah.
Then you have to take into account that when parents can't go back to work, all of these kids that are used to seeing their parents every day and spending time with them, they're going to be working overtime and double time and all the hours they can.
Kenzie's in there going.
To start paying their bills. Keep your voice down when your sister's sleeping. To start paying their bills. Now you're going to have pissed off kids because they can't see their parents. And the money, they're not going to have the money to do anything.
Correct. Yeah, no, it's all kind of set up for disaster. But yeah, the kids are not all right, and they're not going to be from this. What unfortunately is going to be the main thing from this is there's going to be a lot of people messed up for a long time from it.
Yeah, and now just within the last couple weeks, and it's only because no one can hide it anymore, is the numbers are coming out of the domestic violence abuse, the abuse. The numbers are coming out for child abuse.
Yeah. And it's skyrocketing.
It is. It's in some states and areas it has tripled.
Oh yeah. I was watching some of the news the other day, and one of the doctors on there that works out of NAMI. They said that the distress lines and the hotlines, the help hotlines, like they've had a over 900% increase in calls.
Yeah.
Over 900% increase.
That's insane. And then you look at it.
Exactly. That's a lot of people that are very stressed.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for the statistics to come out on all of this. Because yes, you do have people that was already in a domestic violence relationship that is stuck in the house with their significant other. But what are the statistics going to be on the couples that have been together for a long time, that have never had an argument, that never raised a hand to each other, and now either the husband beat the shit out of his wife or the wife beat the shit out of the husband, or the kids are getting hit that have never had problems before.
Right.
How many new cases are there going to be?
Right.
Well, just like you said, they've tried to hide a lot of that because they don't want it to come out, and they don't want it to come to light that this quarantine, stay-at-home stuff is only like a Band-Aid on, like a bleeding wound. And people are starting to be less and less inclined to believe in the government and trust the government because of it.
Right.
And so it's like a big vicious circle.
Hold on. I'm sending you the invite. Hold on. Guys, give me a minute. Scarlett is coming on. As soon as I get the in. Really? Did you block me? Oh, it said you blocked me. When I typed your name in, it said there's nothing. All right. All right. You have the invite. I'm back at the computer. I'm going to get off here. All right. I love you. I'll see you here in a minute. All right. Bye.
That, and are you still there, TLO?
Yes.
And not only that, with kids and adults, where's the suicide rate going to be at when all this is over?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? Or how many suicides are there going to be that they cover up or try to cover up and say that it was an illness or the coronavirus or whatever? I have a feeling that they're going to start hiding everything at all cost.
Well, that's part of the reason why a lot of the people say, like, Scarlett can attest to this when she gets on. People are saying that they are doctoring how people have died. They're doctoring the autopsies and just assuming people are dying just from COVID, which, first off, obviously inflates the numbers.
Yeah, that
and second of all,
that came out a few weeks ago that
right,
the numbers were wrong.
Exactly. Correct. And then, it all plays into like this plan of like keeping us in place, this plan of propagating fear amongst us to keep us in place.
Right.
And so you're right. They will come out with numbers, but they're going to be where it's going to be hard to tell if the numbers are true or not.
Right. And the numbers that you were given saying that between now and August, it's estimated that 20,000 people are going to die. And you said in your state?
Yep. They said 25,000 in Minnesota. And I'm like sitting there like, we are not even at 600. So you're actually telling me that within the next 2 months, over 20,000 people are going to catch the virus and die. That's massive. Because think about it. Like, think about New York. I mean, they're just at like 20,000 people dead. I think it's like 17,000 or something like that. So, that's the numbers from the entire time, over a period of like 3, almost 4 months. So that's why to me, it was like kind of a red flag, as it were. Because I'm like, you seriously are trying to tell me that all of a sudden, like, yes, we will get an increase in people who have the virus. Yes, we will get an increase in deaths. But that much of an increase is very hard to fathom, considering.
I wonder if the states that are coming up with a certain number, I wonder if they're taking it off of the yearly number that people pass away from pneumonia, bronchitis, suicide. I wonder if they're taking all of them numbers.
Well, that's the thing, is they probably aren't.
If they're taking all of them numbers and coming up with the 20,000.
Well, yeah, that's, they're assuming everybody's got the virus, or, saying that people are dying because of it. And, that, just like you said, it could actually be just pneumonia. But the autopsy report will say, oh, yeah, no, it was COVID.
Well, and
so, yeah, we'll have a lot of inflation there.
And you think about it, with a lot of people that can't afford funerals that are doing cremations, they're not even wasting taxpayers' money on doing an autopsy after you get cremated. So they could say it's from the coronavirus and no one will ever know otherwise.
Well, how are we
Correct.
supposed to know? How are we supposed to know through autopsy that it's even COVID-19? How are we supposed to know? I mean, even though the CDC and the FDA and everybody has came out and stated, and even public health officials like from Ohio and everything have stated that coronavirus cases are getting mixed up because nobody's doing autopsies. But here's the thing: medical examiners, and this is my thing, medical examiners. I've been there when an autopsy's been done, due to the fact that when I went to school to be an EMT, one of our courses was to go and watch an autopsy, be present, and be done. When a virus like this or a biohazard chemical is involved, they can suit up better than a doctor or a nurse than anybody can. And here's Scarlett.
Correct.
Medical examiners have the equipment to suit up to where they have that bubble of air that's coming from a ventilator. So what's the excuse for not doing autopsies when the damn fucking fact is that if we're gonna find out why people are truly fucking dying, is the only way is by autopsies. And Scarlett has said this so many times.
You get cremated.
Absolutely.
You're not doing an autopsy. And look at. I don't remember what state this. I am so bad at remembering things, and having a seizure last week is not helping my memory. But I tagged Dwayne in it on Facebook. I think I tagged him in it. Is the youth ordinance that it's thinking is because coroner's offices didn't have no more room for dead bodies, so they started putting them in a U-Haul van.
Right. And by the way, Scarlett, welcome to the Night Talk. Since you're here.
Everything is just getting out of hand, and with it
Where
being,
is Scarlett? I can barely. Are you talking, Scarlett?
I can't hear.
Yeah, none of us can hear you.
with it being election year, I don't think they're going to do much more. I know that not all states are off of lockdown, off of quarantine yet, but I know the gas prices are starting to go back up.
Right.
They went from here anyway. They went from $1.05. It fluctuated between $1.05 and $1.25 a gallon. And I seen yesterday that it's back up to $1.87 a gallon.
Oh, it's back up to at Circle K over there off of the Circle K down the road. Yeah, over down by my old house. Over off of like you would come off.
I know, it's like on Mahoning or Raft or something like that. I know.
It's it's back to 232.
Yesterday it was in Maslin and in Canton, it was at $1.87.
So through all of this, gas prices have gone up. Autopsies aren't being
Everything's going up.
right. Welcome to the Night Talk, Scarlett.
My concern is too, I mean, I've been paying what I can on my gas and my electric, but you have the gas companies and the electric companies, dude, you're drinking it. Yeah, the gas.
Hi. Hello, American Sushi. Hi.
Hey, Scarlett. You have the gas companies and the electric companies saying that they're not going to turn anyone's gas or electric off until
This shit's over with.
until a certain date, but it doesn't mean that all the people that have lost their jobs.
Sometimes we can't always see them. Yeah, a lot of people have lost their jobs. I was just telling the person in chat that sometimes we can't always see your messages, so sometimes we can't see them, but we try to acknowledge everybody in chat.
Right.
Who was
And I've been doing that very well tonight. I've been on the chat like no tomorrow.
But
Between 3 of us, now 4 of us. But like my thing is with this. Oh, I didn't know you were done. I'm sorry. Let me get this thought out before I lose it. But my thing is the fact of the matter is everybody wants the states and everything to go back to normal, but the truth of the reality of the matter of fact, things aren't going to go back to normal. This 6 feet rule is going to be in place. This, like me and Scarlett were talking about.
It was so strange. I went to the store yesterday for Mother's Day. Actually, American Sushi. I actually got sushi yesterday, and it was really good. And I went to the store, and it was so strange. It's just like the way people are acting. There's no like grab and go bar hot food or anything. They're like so freaky about it. Everybody has masks on, but then they're halfway on their faces. I mean, they say the new normal, but I don't want to accept it as.
what was
That's just kind of where I'm at.
Okay, before we can have a
Correct.
new normal, what the hell was the old normal?
Right.
And if you look at it, because I have never considered myself to be a normal person, and quite frankly, I never want to be normal. But what was the old normal?
Old
normal was people still being rude.
We've seen that tonight.
Old normal was people still not giving two shits.
People still getting shot.
So what? How can there be a new normal when we don't even know what the hell the old normal was? I mean, we have just as better chance of walking out our door and getting shot than what we do getting the coronavirus.
Right, and
there's still the same. There's still the same chance of getting hit by a bus or falling and gashing your head open and dying that way. I mean, the chances are still the same. And I'm getting to the point now, my theory is if that's the way I'm supposed to go, then that's the way I'm supposed to go.
Right, and that's like what I've kind of accepted too, because, like me and TLO were talking on Sunday night,
I can't wear a mask.
Right.
I'm not allowed on vitamins.
I'm technically not supposed to wear a mask.
The best defense I have is drinking orange juice.
And taking your steroids.
I can only be on them for a 7-day period, and after my seizure on Saturday, I'm not even allowed on them.
On Saturday?
On Monday. My seizure, they're saying, is from I don't know if my family doctor, I don't know what side she's on yet until I get new blood work drawn.
Speaking of that, Billie Jean Savery, have you went and got that done yet?
Saying my full name, thanks a lot.
Sorry. Have you went and got that done
No,
yet?
I forgot.
God.
Dwayne, don't.
No, I know.
Don't do that to me.
I'm not. You need to go get it done tomorrow.
Know, but there's nothing I can do.
You're SOL.
So if I'm supposed to go by and here's the thing, people can wear masks, they can wear gloves, they can suit up, they can stay in a fucking bubble, they can do whatever the hell they want to do, and the thing of it is, if that's the way they're supposed to go, there ain't a damn thing in this world that they can do to prevent it.
And this reminds me of a movie. This is TLO's fault because he got me on movie references now. This reminds me of the little boy in the bubble. TLO, what's the name of that movie?
Oh, there's been a lot of boy in the bubble movies.
My luck, I dropped dead
He
from
fell
a seizure quicker than I would from the
He
virus.
fell in love with a girl and was afraid to step out of his bubble.
Because there was actually a movie called Boy in a Bubble.
That's what I'm talking about then. It's like they want us to live.
Bubble Boy. Yeah, Bubble Boy. American Sushi got it in the Twitch chat.
Yeah, Bubble Boy. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. No, I got you, American Sushi. You're on point. I got you.
And it's like this is like they want us to live in a fucking bubble and my mom doesn't like this word, but I'm going to use it here because it fits. How retarded is that? They want us to live in a bubble.
Your sister
I'm having.
has to work tomorrow, has to be up early in the morning, and your voice travels and echoes through this house like there ain't no tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to duct tape you.
How the fuck are we
Ooh,
supposed
that
to?
would be awesome.
Shut up,
Duct
bro.
tape Dwayne to the wall, man. I'm totally down for that.
I'll duct tape your black ass to a wall.
Look, Dwayne, you don't get knocked out tonight.
I will
Like,
not get
just
knocked out.
don't. Just don't. Yes, please do.
That was rude and wrong.
Because
Oh,
he just gets extra. He wants to one up somebody when he knows he's just in the wrong.
joke around like
And that is just knock him out for me. Just knock him out for me.
You guys, I respect if that's the way you guys joke around, but you know how I feel about that. So you should know by now not to do that when you're around your mother, because it will get you. There is so much shit on this coffee table, I could break over your head right now.
Okay, just relax. Scarlett, don't antagonize it anymore.
She's right though.
Like, as I was saying before my lovely son interrupted me, and then I gotta go upstairs because I gotta take my medicine.
Go.
When there's so many people that don't have a job to go back to, and
Yeah, they've had their lives taken away from them.
yeah, and when the gas company and the electric companies start saying they want their money, how many Americans are they go without gas, electric, when it actually, the government says, okay, because right now landlords are not allowed to evict anyone right now. What's going to happen when all these landlords want their money or payments?
Exactly.
And
And I know for a fact, because I know somebody who, actually I know two people who are right now in the process of being evicted.
Up here?
So I know, yes, here in Minnesota.
Mm.
wow, that's strange because there's a government thing on that no one is allowed being evicted right now.
And that's what they even the governor said it here.
There's a lie. That I can attest to personally is a lie. Because I know two people, and one definitely I know, like, should not be evicted because they, have money, they have a job, it's an essential thing, but yet they've been fighting with their landlords for other reasons, and because there's so much going on with the virus, I'm assuming that they took the opportunity to do this. Because, like, I told my one friend that she's getting evicted, I told her, like, if you feel that it is unjust, you have to call our attorney general and, make a complaint and tell them what's going on.
Right.
The attorney general's line has been so busy and so full. I think, like, one day it even made the news because he had, like, over 500 calls from people who are, either being evicted or stuff being shut off and stuff like that, or there's price gouging. So his office is being inundated with a bunch of this stuff. So I know for a fact that they are not observing this no eviction rule.
Right, and look at, and some people, some landlords and stuff that, own multiple houses, you got to take into consideration, I wouldn't say consideration, but take into thought, because we talked about the government successfully scaring the shit out of people, is how many homes that landlords are getting rid of that are selling or letting it go back to the bank.
There's a lot of those, actually.
You know, so they're trying to get their money now because if you see posted on Facebook, at least I do on my page. Of course, a lot of my friends are like way, way out there like I am. But people talking about the end of the world and everything like that, and people pulling their money from the bank and selling a lot of their shit and everything else. I mean, just articles and memes that they've been posting. So, you know, if you're someone like my landlord, between houses and properties that he's got like between his houses and properties, because he also rents out business buildings and stuff. He's got 60 some properties. You know, in no way, shape, or form is him and his wife, and they are wonderful people. I am blessed to have the landlord that I do. I absolutely adore them. But you take someone that has that many properties, or even more, and the world's going to shit, they're gonna do, you know, they're gonna do what they have to do to save their ass.
Yeah, and that kind of plays into what's happening with restaurants and whatnot, and how some of the restaurants or salons are fighting against the shelter in place and staying closed.
Yeah, my landlord.
Is because they have to find a way to survive. They want to keep their businesses, but this is literally going to destroy so many businesses.
Yeah, my landlord.
It's not even funny.
My landlord.
It's like we've got the highest unemployment rate that we've ever had, even higher than the Great Depression.
Ohio
Great Depression, I believe they said it was like 17 something, and we're at like 24 right now.
Ohio's always had a high unemployment rate, and it skyrocketed when Bush sent our.
Absolutely.
But I can honestly say that my landlord, him and his wife, are amazing people and do not operate. They are not shady at all. They do not operate like that, and they go out of their way to help their tenants. As long as you do right by them, they will bend over backwards. And I've been extremely blessed and thankful for them.
Right, and Red shared something yesterday, and this just even freights me even harder. Fresno PD arrests an elderly couple out for Mother's Day breakfast.
So the governor, whoever in Chicago, said the same thing. If they seen anybody out, they were getting arrested on spot.
But Ohio's not like that?
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Do you know what?
I don't know. I don't even think DeWine knows what DeWine is doing. DeWine can't make a move without.
Okay, me and Scarlett were literally just talking about this earlier.
He changes his mind worse than I feel.
Oh, hold on. Amy Acton, the bitch that's our director of health, who's our public health officer. Now, mind you, this just came to light to me yesterday and 2 days ago, and I just remembered this. Amy Acton was Obama's presidential advisor for his campaign and his donation manager for his
Obama's
campaign, for Obama's campaign. So we have a crooked ass white bitch, and I say that with
So race has nothing to do with this.
no. Hold on. Let me rant for a minute.
long do you lower your voice?
We have a crooked ass person that worked with a crooked ass president that now controls every health operation in the state of Ohio. She is the most dumbest, stupid POH we have ever had in this state. And people are already talking about not voting her in next year as our POH because this is her first year and she has totally fucked herself.
Well, they always say in times like this, you either sink or swim. Most people are sinking. And it's not until times like this, it's sad to say, that people really don't know who they truly are voting to office, because a lot of people can talk,
But God,
but they can't back up their words. And just like with any government or anything,
right.
the bottom
Yeah.
Hi, Pam.
money walks and bullshit talks.
But here's the thing, too. And
What time is it?
4:19, you need to go to bed.
Finish
Take
what
your
you're
meds.
saying. I need to go.
But I also have to realize, too, God puts everybody in a point of power for a reason. And after I said that, I just got convicted real quick. So I'm changing what I said. Because after I said that, I heard in my head going like, no, 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 no. God puts everybody in a point of power for a reason. Whether it's to show how evil they truly are, or to see the good that there is. Because trust me, there's still some good governors out there. There are still some good public health officers out there. But be careful. Because you don't know which is which.
I don't have much faith in the government.
Welcome to that boat.
I never had. That's why I'm not one of the ones to label myself. I'm not a Democrat and I'm not a Republican. And
You're a Scarlett, what's that word? It starts with an L. Help me out here.
She's either an independent or, depending on her beliefs, libertarian.
Yeah.
I go with whoever has the same beliefs and opinions. The one that I think that will have the most impact for the greater good.
I don't know.
That's my thing, because I look at that just like I do religion. I have to, I don't fit into any bubble, any category. I listen to what people have to say, but more than listen, I watch people's actions, because actions speak louder than words. If you don't stop doing that, I'm going to chop your fingers off. Thank you. But it's not so much what people say, it's what they do after they say it, because actions, look at me, actions speak louder than words.
I know.
Because anybody can talk a good game, but what they do to back it up. So I don't classify myself as a Democrat or a Republican. I'm just me.
Do you know what? And the thing is, too, before you go to bed, because I'm going to go on for a little bit longer, is the fact of the matter is, right now, this is going to show what our government's going to look like in the future, and how truly screwed up America is going to be. Because I'm going to mock this slogan for a minute, used by our current president. Make America great again.
Here's my opinion on that.
I wasn't, hold on.
Nope, we are all fucked. Because there is, no, listen, here's the bottom line on some things. We have, at the end of last year, and up until voting, we have a lot of kids turning 18 that are supposed to vote, that, you know, that register to vote for their first time so they can have their voices be heard, so they feel like they are an actual part of something. But then you look at the world around them, but then they stand back and look at the world around them and everything that is going on, and this person saying this person and this person saying that, and the government doing this and this state doing that. Where the hell are they supposed to land? Our next generation, your sister's generation.
Millennials.
You have people that, kids turning 18 that are registered to vote, they're where they feel that their voice matters and their opinions and stuff can be heard. And this is what they get to vote into.
Right.
How many of them do you honestly think are going to stand up?
None.
So when election comes in another 4 years, you take your 16, your 15, 16-year-olds or whatever that can, all the kids that can vote in another 4 years, to see what's going on now.
Yeah.
So it's going to be scary to see where our government is at in the next 4 years. It's going to be scary to see where our government is at in the next 4 weeks, 4 months. You don't have to wait years to see it. Just sit back and watch. It'll be one hell of a shit show. And I will stay comfortable right here. And
Why your sun goes out and bees a fool.
if things get worse, I'm not saying any names or labels, neither are you. I have enough family and friends that have arsenals, and you will find me there.
And you'll find me there with you.
Good night, Tielo. Good night, Scarlett.
Scarlett
Good night.
left for some reason.
It was good talking with you, Tielo. I wouldn't go, but I gotta go take my medicine.
Yeah, you be safe.
Trying to.
But, you know, as we're waiting for Miss Scarlett to come back, because I don't know why she left me in the first place. You know,
Right?
asshole. Just up and leaves me. You know, but here's the thing though. The one thing that I'm really irritated about is, you know, this whole coronavirus has stopped everything.
Everything.
You know, I was talking to a Massillon officer tonight. Their hiring process got delayed. It's on hold
Yeah.
because they can't even do polygraphs or anything right now.
Ah. That is true. That is very true.
So, you know, as we're waiting for Miss
Sorry, I was
Scarlett.
just trying to read something.
Nope, you're good. I'm waiting for Scarlett to come back again. I'm going to call her real quick and see where she disappeared too, because now I'm curious.
Right?
My phone's bigger than the left side of my face.
Yeah, just checking up on some news. Lots going on.
You want to share some?
Well, still gathering information, but yeah. But yeah, just like we were talking about before, there's definitely an increase
There is.
in violence towards others. Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's TLO. Pam.
Oh, sorry.
No, she was asking who was on with Dwayne, and I went like, TLO.
Gotcha. Not Elon Musk.
Oh my god. That dude was...
Yeah, that was too much.
That was funny, though.
Charlie said, "You do too much." That guy was doing too much.
She's mad at the way I reacted.
What was that?
Nothing. She's just a little upset at the way I reacted.
Gotcha. Yes, Pam, it's me.
It's the famous TLO who doesn't sleep ever.
Not usually.
I know me and
I try not to make a habit of it.
Well, you're making the habit of it again tonight.
Yeah, right.
You know, like, the thing is, TLO is like, dude, like, I don't know how much more I can take.
Well, that's the feeling with a lot of people. That's the point. Is people are at their ends, their wits' ends with this.
Right?
Like, all of it. And there's a lot of people that are starting to feel the same way that your mother does. That if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. And so there's a lot of people that are just, you know, as I was saying before, you know, with that shit that went down in Colorado with the store, you know, there's a lot of people out there. It's assumed that everyone's still stuck in fear mode, but there's a lot of people who are already grown out of that. They've already expanded their thought process to leave the fear mode behind. And so now they're in the pissed off mode, the what the fuck mode.
I'm
so
not.
Why are we doing this mode?
You know what? I'm not scared anymore.
Well, yeah, and I was talking to one of the residents that I work with at my job or whatever, and we were having a good long conversation. And yeah, that's exactly it. Is people are over it, and they aren't going to be able to control it very much longer with all this fear mongering, because it is fear mongering. Just like I said, with the 25,000 estimated dead. No, I did not see what's going on the off the coast of San Diego.
Yeah, I haven't paid attention to that either.
What did you see, Pam? Share with the group.
Share, Pam. Come on, Pam. You know you want to have fun, Pam. Okay.
We know you like to share, Pam.
Dude, now we just sound too creepy doing this.
I know.
I know you like to share TLO.
But see, the thing is, like, when we do creepy, we're funny. When other people do creepy, they're just assholes.
Like earlier?
Right.
Oh my god. Dude, like, I was so mad. Like,
Who said that?
I was so mad.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely.
That dude thought I was
this
worth
is-
$25 million.
Oh, man, that guy is such a turd biscuit. It's not even funny. Okay, so let me check this out then, Pam.
Oh, dude, you all should have seen the Twitch chat. My fiance was going off.
Oh, I'm sure she was. I'm sure she was having I should say, I'm sure her mouth was having a field day.
Oh, no, her fingers were having a field day.
All right. So Pam is saying that there is
An active volcano.
Underwater active volcano.
And then a scuttlebutt is Chinese sub is lurking in our waters. Yeah, I did hear about that one, unfortunately. And then I guess there's a Chinese.
That they don't have them, or say Russia, don't have like little subs running around all sneaky snake-like around America. You're sadly mistaken.
So, guys, I did reach out for the FRN today, and I was supposed to tell Scarlett this. I reached out to Bang. I reached out to Monster. I reached out to a couple places to see if I can get some people to sponsor FRN.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to be nice.
Right.
I want to know why Scarlett left me.
Right? How rude.
She left me, won't even pick up the phone now.
That's not cool.
Like, I'm upset.
That is disheartening.
No, but me and Teal are going to have a fun conversation since this is our show now and there's nothing really else to talk about. So, TLO.
Right.
Since my mother is no longer here, you want to have that conversation now?
Well, hey, you can bring whatever conversation you want, man.
Oh,
just like you said,
my God.
It's your show, my friend, your show.
I haven't talked about this in a while, and Scarlett will get on and she'll kill me later. So, dude, remember how I was talking about the body shop last night?
Yeah.
I got a phone call this morning saying my membership was canceled.
Are you serious?
Because they're talking about never opening up again.
Dang.
Dude, that was my main place to go
Right.
before I was in a relationship.
Right.
Like, I would still go and watch that. Like, hell yeah, it's free porn.
Right. That's true, Pam. That's true.
That's true. But normally she don't disappear like that.
Also very true. But yeah, no. Just kind of in that vein, so to speak. Yeah, it right now that is definitely a growth industry.
Oh, dude, it's
so,
a big industry. But it's legal though,
right?
too.
Oh, really?
It's legal.
Oh, okay. Well, see, we have weird rules here. So the fun places to go are outside of the city limits.
You guys aren't allowed to have live sex places in your city.
Correct.
Oh, we are. It's attached.
We can do certain things. So say there's a place called Dream Girls.
I heard of that place.
Full nudity. But the thing is, since they have full nudity, they cannot, I repeat, they cannot serve alcohol.
Yep. That's how the body shop is. It's a BYOB.
Right. And so, if you do operate something with liquor, you can only go as far as topless. And so we definitely have quite a few. We have, I'd say, about 5 or 6 topless joints. Dream Girls is the only full nude. We have a lot of like full nude and kind of more risque places, as I said, outside of the city limits. There's a place that I know Scarlett knows about because she's actually even mentioned it a few times on her show. But Lamplighter.
Oh, I heard of that. But no, the body shop. The funny thing is, TLO, is that's connected to Adult Mart. That's connected to a sex toy shop.
Right.
And I walked into one day and the owner was there and he went like, "Hey, you want to come check out our shop?" I went like, "Sure, why not?"
Yep, sure.
I was single. I got laid that same night. Dude, but it's just
the body shop. No.
like so many places like that are closing. And it's so sad.
Why do you think we were talking about doing some sort of Freedom Revolution Network giveaways, so to speak? Is because it is
we're
things
going
are closing
that
down, and as things aren't opening up or might not open up again.
We're going that route now, huh?
What was that?
We're going that route now, huh?
Oh, well, I thought you said you were watching the Red Pill show.
I watched a little bit of it.
Oh, okay.
You got to fill me in on what we talked about.
We were getting kind of deep into it. You know, we were coming up with slogans. We were coming up with some marketing for some toys.
What?
Yep.
Sex toys?
Yep.
How are we going to sell them? We need like a fucking license to sell them. We can get in a big trouble for selling sex toys.
The big thing was to move down to Mexico and have like our base of operations down there. And well, we all know that it's hard to keep things from Mexico coming into America. Just saying.
I've got a lighter. Oh, it just went out. Fuck me. Oh.
Yes. Sex World is basically a place where you go for some videos and toys. It's gotten a lot more lax from the old days. Sex World used to actually be a world of sex.
Don't forget
so they would have like some of those live girls in the booths that you insert money and they do a little dance or something for you. But nowadays they just pretty much downsize because like when it first opened, when Sex World first opened back in I believe 93 or 4, it was 4 stories. It was built in an old lumber exchange building in our warehouse district in our downtown commercial district, and they even had a studio.
Ooh.
So they were making their own films there.
I'm thinking about making one of my own. Get $3,500 from it.
No.
Oh, come on. Right now, if you got a porn offer right now, dude, you would have quit your job and take it.
Well, let's just say I could be earning a lot of money about right now, but
But what? After our conversation last night, I know which one you'd pick.
Well, I could, but I am trying to, I wouldn't say turn a corner, but I'm definitely trying to make sure that My life is as bright and shiny and chrome and as appealing as it possibly can to outside onlookers. And
dude.
yes, that does mean I know you're probably watching, Lana.
Ooh, call out on the show. Damn.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
Do you want to know what I want to do here on the Night Talk the one day?
What's that?
Go take my mom to have a lie detector test done.
That'd be fun for anybody.
Have you ever dropped me as a child? No, that was a lie.
Well, I thought about that, Pam, but I'm not that cute.
What the heck is going on with my comments? What did Pam say?
She said, be a male escort, guys. You can make bucks there.
Oh, TLO, you would make it.
It's highly dubious.
Oh, you would make it as a male escort. Shit, I wouldn't after that dude calling me obese. Dude,
That guy is a fucker.
Pam,
Seriously.
you missed it. This dude came in. Okay. This dude came in, right? And asked if this was the Joe Rogan podcast. Because I supposedly look like a guy that's worth $25 million. So I did
Yeah. You're supposed to look a lot like a bald-headed Whisker Biscuit. I don't get it.
Oh, what did you call Elon Musk? It was a
self-absorbed Pringle.
Oh, it was
because he is a self-absorbed Pringle.
I'm a self-absorbed Pringle. What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, criminies, my friend. You're nothing close to self-absorbed Pringle.
I'm a self-absorbed Pringle.
I have the good unfortunate happenstance to have actually been with self-absorbed Pringles.
I'm a self-absorbed Pringle.
Rico Suave. That was my title when I actually was, 100 years ago, kind of cute, young and fresh and all that, Pam. Rico Suave. But yeah, no, I have not had that good of luck. It's not because I'm a loser. I've already gone over that. That kind of dovetails into the fact of the matter that my baby's mom popped her head out from whatever hidey hole that she's been in. All of a sudden, just because I had posted a live Instagram.
That was your
not
mistake.
necessarily posted, but I did a live Instagram and it automatically posts your stories. So she saw in the story that I am now presently employed at a very good place, making very good money, and so much so that I actually have money saved. First time in a long time. But on that cue, all of a sudden, somebody follows me on Instagram. So I know that you are out there. I know that I don't know who all is out there, because I'm sure there's some lingerers that, yeah, I haven't even mentioned. But I
Pam, you're
have a good life.
Pam, you're right. Tilo, you can pass for a Latin/Italian lover.
That's, as I said, Rico Suave was my nickname way back, 100 years ago when I was back in high school.
Here's the thing. I really don't. Here's the thing. I never really used to be a big sex addict.
But you grew into it?
After I got with my ex, sure did.
And that's another thing too. That happens quite often. Is you meet somebody that, let's just say, expands your horizons, and it leaves a lasting impression. There's been ones that have done that to me, and I know for a fact that I have affected a few people like that as well.
Yeah.
But what it comes down to is whatever makes you happy in your life. That's why I've never, ever begrudged anybody for whatever lifestyle choices they have. I'll be either curious or there'll be a quandary, but as far as being judgmental, no.
Oh, my
And
cousin.
So, that's how certain circumstances came about. That's how I met the woman who I still love.
Scarlett's back.
And she expanded my horizons.
Scarlett's back. You left.
My device died.
You ran away.
Run for the hills.
She went like, I'm tired of hearing.
Why I run after you? Run away from you.
She went like, I'm tired of hearing Dwayne's ass. Fuck him. I'm out of here. Oh. So Scarlett, listen to this shit, right?
Oh boy.
So me and TLO were talking about this place that I used to go to with Julie called the Body Shop, right? And
the body shop's everywhere.
I didn't know that my membership was still active. That she was still paying for both of our memberships. And you want to know what phone call I got this morning?
What?
That my membership is being deactivated because they don't know if they're ever going to open again.
Sad.
I went like, well, there went my gangbanging experience. I was mad as hell.
Yeah, I don't know how anything, even strip clubs, I don't know how that even will exist.
Well, yeah, exactly, and that kind of plays into some of what we've been talking about.
Right?
How are certain things gonna come back?
But
to be honest, I'll tell you right now, Scarlett. Walking down Lake Street tonight, woo-wee, it is definitely starting to look more like Vegas out there.
Is it?
Back up to, and I was telling my mom this, since she lives in Phillips.
Hey.
I was like, yeah, it's starting to look like the 90s again.
Oh, Lord, folks everywhere, all the places, on all the porches, Lord.
And they're all out there tonight.
But
while I was walking home.
But
on a Monday or Monday into Tuesday, yeah.
Monday, yep.
But here's the thing.
No.
Here's the thing, though. For us that are in relationships, we don't gotta worry about strip clubs and shit.
You can still go to the strip club when you're in a relationship.
No, but
Hell yeah.
but I'm saying we don't have to worry about them never opening up again.
Yeah, because I mean, you could still go to a strip club. What if you wanted to go to a strip club?
Oh, I went to a strip
Right.
club when I was a Julie. Shit, I
Just
even got
because
a lap
just
dance.
because you get in a relationship don't mean you stop going to strip club.
Oh, dude, I started going to strip clubs. My cousin took me when I was 18.
Okay, right, I get that, but I'm just saying, just because you're in a relationship, that doesn't mean you have to stop going to a strip club. It's not cheating if you mutually want to go together.
Correct.
Right.
I took my ex-fiance and I got her first lap dance.
See?
Dude, so listen to this. President Trump walks away from coronavirus briefing after a female reporter challenges him.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Fucking pussy.
Yeah, I don't know
he
what's going
had a
on with
little
that.
dizzy fit. He definitely did.
Pussy.
Yeah,
That's how you can tell our president's a pussy, because he runs away every time the media confronts him.
I would get tired of their bullshit questions, but this particular reporter did ask a good question. Like, how come you and all your people get tests for COVID, but average people can't? And he was like, go ask China because she was Asian. So that was kind of shitty.
He said that?
That's what he said.
Yep, that's
That
what
is-
got everybody all a tiff.
Yep. My
You-
dad actually told me that.
You
I'm not
racist-
even, yeah, my dad told me that. So I'm sure it was on like mainstream media news.
You racist son of a bitch.
Like, so
No
I mean,
wonder.
it was a fair, valid question. You know what I mean? Like,
No wonder
Absolutely,
people.
that's a valid question.
No wonder people.
yeah,
Talk,
you know what I mean? Like, why can't we all? Like, they've already admitted that most of them have already had a virus test multiple times.
when I went to Stat Care because I couldn't breathe, they tested me right there because I was having issues breathing. You know, even though I had asthma and I had the nebulizer treatment, you know, I still wasn't breathing right. You know, Stat Care tested me right there. And with the, you know,
well, that's what seems to be the case. Is they're very selective on who they test.
But here's the thing: I came back negative.
Okay, but that's not got nothing to do with the average person being able to get a test, Dwayne.
Like, my question is, why is someone with asthma able to get a test, but someone that has no medical conditions at all can't get a test?
I mean, most people, even with conditions, aren't getting tests, Dwayne.
I don't know, but I'm not voting for Trump after he said that. Nope. I don't vote for racist presidents.
Says the biggest racist ever.
Wait the hell a minute.
It's true.
I am not racist.
So a lot of racist things, Dwayne.
I am not racist, Scarlett.
Okay.
I have never been racist.
Okay. I'm just letting him live that.
How am I racist? Please, I'm going to challenge you right here on air.
Have you ever listened to yourself speak? Like, for real. Like, listen to yourself speak. No. Because that, like, I could prove like 1,000 ways but Lewis. So I don't think you really want that challenge.
I'm not racist, though.
Even if you don't feel like you are, you say a lot of racist things.
But that doesn't mean I'm racist.
Yeah, it does. Like, it's to other people it might, but saying racist things kind of makes you racist, dude. It's kind of how it works.
Oh, okay. Just because me and you go back and forth and we both do it with each
And
other.
other things too, though. I'm just letting you know.
Then why don't you correct me when we're on the phone?
I mean, I guess I could, but you're grown. Same. You're an adult.
I don't pay attention to half the shit I say.
I know. That's why usually I don't like just think about it, but
Girl, and where the hell were you earlier? We were supposed to cover a story together.
I don't have to be anywhere ever.
I called you,
Okay.
and you said you were coming on with me.
Okay. Here with you.
We were supposed to cover a story.
I'm here with you.
But no, so I showed that video, Scarlett. I don't know if you see my little rant that I did in the description
I
box.
would vote for Ventura too. He was a decent governor.
You
He
know,
was.
you
He
know,
was.
So
He was though.
he's the one who brought us the light rail.
Yeah, that is true.
so
And
Scarlett,
everybody forgets that. We actually also had, at one point, a surplus for our budget.
We did that. He sent everybody checks. Now I talk about that a lot because I
Yep.
remember my parents got checks. I don't know if you were old enough to get a check, but every adult person in here got a check.
so Scarlett,
Correct.
did you see the little description rant that I did?
No.
I'm going to read this to you if you haven't seen it, because I decided to go on a rant in the description box. I decided to finally have my rant time in the description box. I said, let's stand together and let's stop police brutality and show up as we the people and let police know they're not going to beat us around, and let's show the government that we are done with their bullcrap and their lies and the misuse of power. Police brutality has risen since the coronavirus has started. They are trying to change the way we think, the way we act, the way we process what's going on.
Right.
I decided to have my little rant in the comment box, in the description box. And by the way, Scarlett, we also have a missing kid in my area that I know personally.
Well, that's too bad, Dwayne.
I covered that tonight. I covered. Oh God, me and TLL covered a bunch tonight. But no, here's my thing, and I'm going back from the stuff that my mom said, right?
Okay.
And this is where I want to get serious again for a minute, because me and TLL were just kind of dicking off here for a little bit. How are we really supposed to know how people are dying if autopsies aren't being done, dude? Like, you know, like, because I called the firehouse today to see if they needed help, because I was with one of the guys. And, dude, they said the past 4 days they've had like 15 suicide calls. And probably every one of them has got labeled as a COVID-19 case.
That's terrible.
And yeah, that plays into exactly what I was saying. It helps them save their face, and it also muddles any sort of hope of figuring what truly is going on.
Right?
That's true.
Because, yeah, they can just write it all off, and if they say, oh, hey, the numbers are down for people dying of the virus, and, you know, we want to keep the lockdown in place, we're going to have to come up with some more deaths.
Right.
Like, oh, yeah, just mark all of them COVID.
Right. And
Just like Wall just bought that facility to store bodies in.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
It's
and I was just saying, you missed it. I was just saying the fact that they are saying that we are, by August, supposed to have up to 25,000 dead in Minnesota.
And you know what, Scarlett? Next week.
And they said, hold up, though, because they said the whole goddamn 18 months, there's only supposed to be 37,000. in the original
That's
estimate.
what I'm saying. Is they're adding numbers, or they're trying to use fear to like make everybody freak out and be like, oh yeah, we should keep this in place and that sort of thing. And that's exactly what you see being played out in a lot of different states. Obviously in different times, because different states have different stay-at-home orders or procedures.
Dude, and here's the thing about our stay-at-home order, right? Like, bars, salons, and everything are opening up on the 15th, right?
Right.
But we don't even have a fucking date for churches.
So that's what I mean.
Like, how are we going to let bars and salons open, but we, the people, can't even congregate together to praise?
A lot of people have pointed that out.
You know, like, and the fact that the reason I didn't preach on Sunday morning was the fact that I wanted to make a statement. Because my pastor, well, no, our pastor sent us a Zoom recorded video through a video box or whatever the hell that app's called that I have on my phone. And he went like,
Right.
as of this Sunday, I am not preaching this morning to protest my government. We will be quiet for 24 hours. Now, we prayed with each other in the morning on Zoom, right?
Right.
But he did not go live. And out of respect for my pastor, I partook in that 24 hours because I got that like 2 hours before I was supposed to preach in the morning. Like, I had my lesson laid out. I had everything laid out. Like, my notes, what songs I was playing, what songs I was going to do with my guitar, and what songs were to come off of YouTube and Spotify. Well, my pastor sent me that. My pastor has watched a couple of my videos, you know, my sermon from Sunday. And, you know, he called me that morning. He went like, can you not preach this morning and stay silent for 24 hours in protest of our governor? And dude, when your pastor calls and asks you that, like, I know I had an obligation, but out of respect, when your pastor calls you,
next time, just let somebody know. Like, you might want to let the owners of the network know.
I forgot to let one of y'all know, and I'm publicly apologizing to you.
Thank you.
I forgot to let you know when I was on the phone. It's not because I didn't want to preach. Trust me, I did. But when your pastor calls you and asks,
No, I get the point, but you should just let somebody know.
I thought I texted Mel, and I went through my messages earlier today, and the message was still there for me to send. I never hit the freaking send button like I thought I did.
Of course.
So it was a mistake.
Roll.
It was a mistake on my end.
I know how you roll.
You know that I'll admit to. You know, but the fact that my pastor is even protesting the fact that he can't congregate with his own people.
He needs to just congregate with his own people.
But we're all in fear of being arrested.
That's the only way we're going to make change, is if we go to these places and push the boundaries.
You know, like,
nobody's been arrested in any state yet. People have been cited.
Well, I know a pastor in New Mexico, after a governor made it legal for.
Yeah, I get that, but they're not. But if everybody pushes back from the community,
they served. The sheriff's office served him a cease and desist order.
I get that, but it's also an unconstitutional cease and desist.
Because it's our First Amendment right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, Scarlett. So I'm doing So I'm doing some digging for the network.
Okay.
A buddy of mine I'm going to try to find a sponsor for the network. Whether if it's like Monster, somebody to try to sponsor the network so we're not struggling.
Well, we have an advertisers page, so.
We do?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, didn't know that part. Ow!
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my shoulder's turned out of socket. Oh. Dude.
Stop hurting yourself, man.
Dude, it's ever since I've got my adjustment on Thursday, every part of my body's been acting up. Like my knee locked up the same day. My back locked up yesterday. And dude, and then listen to this. So everybody knows I have asthma.
Mm-hmm.
And I told this story a little bit ago. I went in the Speedway and I had my mask on. And I started hacking up a lung. So I took my mask off my face and went into my shirt. Like to start coughing so it was easier on me.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't getting all of that back in my face. And I went into an asthma attack and everybody thought I had the coronavirus.
Damn.
Like the one dude said, I'm going to call 911 because I believe he has the coronavirus. And my boy Eddie went like, he has fucking asthma, you moron.
Right.
But thank God there was a nurse on break that came to the Speedway and helped Eddie and give me an inhaler because, dude, Eddie couldn't get me to do it. Like, because I was just like freaking out.
Right.
And then they're saying from the antibodies, dude, they tested 12,000 members in households in Ohio. Antibodies are showing that the coronavirus has been in Ohio since January.
Yeah, they're finding that actually all over.
Mm-hmm.
No
and I don't
wonder.
know how you could tell that from antibodies, though, like how long antibodies have been around.
See, and that's where I'm getting confused. Because that would make sense, Scarlett, why I got sick in the beginning of February.
Right, but I'm just saying it's just interesting, like how do they find that out? That's all.
I don't know. This is all just not making any more sense to me.
Things have not been making sense for a while.
Oh, yeah. So, Scarlett, you're going to laugh at this, right? So, me and TLO got mentioned that we were two different people.
Oh, okay.
So, the guy that I told you about on the phone came in saying, is this the Joe Rogan podcast? And asked if I had Elon Musk on the phone.
Oh, that's fun.
And TLO, he went like, I'm not a self-absorbed Pringle. Oh, and then my mom took my computer away from me. Because she was seeing the comments coming through. Dude, my mom went on a roll. I couldn't even get my mom to stop. Like, I told my mom no. She went like, I can say whatever I want. I'm your mother. Dude, TLO, dude, was making all of us laugh.
The guy was ridiculous. Like, for him even to, like, try and make a funny and by saying you look like Joe Rogan, just, yeah, is beyond idiotic.
TLO went like, are you just a dumbass or do you need to go back to school?
Well, I was like, do you need glasses? Like, seriously, like, are you feeling okay? Like, 'cause there's no way that Dwayne looks anything like
Joe Rogan.
I'm not bald.
Anything.
I'm not bald.
Yeah, you're not as bald-headed whisker biscuit.
And then we looked up Joe Rogan's net worth, and I said he's worth $25 million. I'm not even worth a penny. Dude, my mom was dying. TLO said something that had my mom dying. I think it was the thing about Elon Musk.
Yes.
And that's why I started blowing you up, Scarlett, going like, help. Because TLO went like, why don't you go call Scarlett?
I was like, yeah, call her. Get her
'Cause,
to boot that punk.
yeah, dude, because, oh, Scarlett, it got bad. Like, sexual derogatory bad. Dude, it was funny as hell, though, looking at it now. Oh, my God, the shit you see her on the Freedom Revolution Network. Speaking of the network, if you want to donate to the network, I gotta find the banner. Where's the banner? Yay. Consider donating to the freedomrevolutionnetwork.com and become a friend of the revolution. Go to https freedomrevolutionnetwork.com/donate to the revolution. And if you guys donate $50 or more, you get a free Freedom Revolution Network t-shirt. And we have a coronavirus dollar bomb, which is, I believe, Scarlett, $1, $5, or $10.
That is correct.
$1, $5, or $10 if you like what we do or say, or just the material here. Please donate. We have more than just a night talk. We have Clarity After Dark with Scarlet Anonymous. We have the original Red Pill Show, which today got talking about marketing sex toys.
Yeah, that was a good show.
We also have a new show, Down the Rabbit Hole with Ellie.
With L.
With Elle. We also have Survivorless Martini coming up. We have the Higher Purpose Show.
Correct.
I don't remember the other ones. Scarlett, this is where you come in because I don't remember the rest of these.
Liberty Librarian, and a couple other shows that'll be coming as well.
So was today's Elle's first show?
No, she's had like 3 shows, I think, at least.
Yeah, she's done 3.
So what? That's the girl that you said took a break for a while, wasn't it?
No. Nope. Ella's a boudoir photographer that Mel knew.
Oh, dude, I was watching her show today, dude, and it was really good.
Yeah, so definitely a good new member.
Down the Rabbit Hole is kind of funny.
Yeah. It's
Dude,
kind of a cool name.
Right, but Tim, dude, like, I'm sorry. Him and those damn glasses.
I know. Tim loves those glasses, man.
Dude, every time he puts them on, I'm like, oh, here comes crackhead Tim. And he just goes like this. Dude, I don't know how Tim does that without wearing himself out. Like,
I have a feeling he's got a lot of pent-up energy.
yeah, when he says on there he hasn't got laid for 8 months, I bet he does.
Yeah, something builds.
You said that with emphatically.
Dude, my mom is sending me so much stuff. Dude, so I'm covering police brutality. Dude, South Africa's having police brutality issues. The homeless is having police brutality issues.
All I have to say is, when has South Africa not had police brutality issues?
Right. Ooh, Pam had a question.
Like, let's be real about that.
When is Wanting America coming on?
I didn't talk to Wandering American, but maybe Mel did, so I have no clue on that. One thing I don't know. We had a conversation about that though tonight on the Red Pill Show, how they don't include me on these little group meetings. That's gonna change. So
Scarlett, you're out of the loop on everything, aren't you, hon?
not everything, but just a couple things.
Dude, so StreamYards was having issues with me today.
Yeah, it probably doesn't like you, Dwayne.
No, I typed in the email address, and it said this email address is no longer valid.
Yeah, sometimes pages have glitches right now. It's not a big thing.
And then the email wasn't working again.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah, it's fine. Those are things you can talk to me about out here.
Dude, it's just I've had a lot of technology issues today. My Xbox quit working for 3 hours. My computer stopped working. Twitch stopped working for me on my Xbox. And then my phone shut off for an hour.
Technology is just shit right now. Like it's
Like-
there, but it's not there.
Right. Like even my phone being shut off for an hour though, and it was fully charged.
Phones act stupid sometimes.
But I wonder if it's the
They
American
do.
government trying to tell me to shut my mouth because I'm coming, dude, in a lot of my shows lately, I've been coming after the American government pretty hard.
Yeah.
Oh, ask Scarlett. We came after
It's
the.
possible.
Oh, ask Scarlett. The American government came. I went at them pretty hard on Tuesday, dude, and they cut me off like 8 times. Scarlett, am I wrong?
Oh yeah.
Tuesday, dude, like I was. By the time I was done, dude, I called Scarlett and said, I'm done. Fuck this day. I'm done. Dude, you know, and I get people were bored at home. You know, like I am too. Like today was the first time I was really out of my house since I've been here. Like I've been out for hours.
Right.
And, you know what? Just going on a drive today and going over 95 miles per hour was actually really fun. Because the highways are dead empty right now.
Yes. There's a lot of that going on.
But our main streets are full. But the only thing you see on the highways is truckers. And you can go 95 miles per hour. We didn't even see a cop for 15 miles.
Well, just like I said, they kind of are out there, but they're not necessarily out there.
Oh, in Masson they are, dude. They're running like 5-6 deep. Together.
Yeah, they're definitely not anywhere close to that, even here in Minneapolis.
Dude, like I was talking to one of our midnight shifters in Scarlet. You're going to find this interesting. Because of the coronavirus, polygraphs and everything have gotten put on hold. Masson has 3 people waiting to be hired. And they can't even do nothing about it. Like, I don't know.
Right.
You still here, Scarlett? Scarlett. Where are you?
Still here.
Peekaboo. So, Scarlett, do you have any stories you want to cover while you're right here?
Not especially.
You want me to just call it a wrap for tonight because we're at 4.5 hours?
Correct.
All right, guys. Thank you for joining in the Night Talk here on FreedomRevolutionNetwork.com, where we cover anything from natural disasters, hurricanes, volcanoes, and so much more. We are also LGBTQ friendly. So come on in, have some fun. Don't be a keyboard warrior, perhaps, and just relax. from the seas to the skies and the great East Coast of the United States. Good night, y'all. Scarlett, take it away.
From the land of 10,000 lakes. Good night, universe.
TLO.
Well, I'm going back into the void, so wish me luck.
All right, guys. We'll see you on the next one.